Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PCS6 Regional Qualifiers for North America, Day 2. My name is Porosaurus, and I will be bringing you all the action today, but I won't be doing it by myself. I've got my bestest best buddy in the whole wide world, Hypoc, here to join me yet again, 2 days in a row, Hypoc.
Crazy, right? I don't know who signed off on this, to be honest. It's it's a blessing to be back here with you today. Again, after an exciting day one as well, Poro.
It was extremely exciting day one that saw gas cans kind of run away with things. 95 points in one day, absolutely just kind of steamrolling the lobby, especially once we got over to Miramar.
Yeah, it was that. I was looking at actually, and to have such an impressive day, I think they managed barely 15 kills on Erangel, so there's a real disparity there. But I think the general game plan, or at least the playstyle we saw from gas cans, is kind of that it's feast or famine, right? You come back to that age-old saying in PUBG, and that really showed. They had a fantastic show on Miramar yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the format and see where we are in this whole PCS6 process. We've already got the open qualifiers out of the way, and now we're in that regional playoff where the top 6 will advance to the grand final. However, Hypoc, if they don't make the top 6, which is looking like it's going to be a heck of a hard thing to do, 7th through 14th will go to that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and that's a tight margin as well to rely on it being an LCQ qualification. But again, even here, top 6 is looking tough, right?
Yeah, I mean, even through one day, we've seen 5 teams in particular just kind of run away with things. But let's take a look at that format now. We did have A and B yesterday, so today we will be treated by groups B and C, which means we will see Sonics, we will see Bing Bang Boom, we will see Black Sheep, Office, Nootropics, the Rumblers, a number of other teams here joining up with some of our Group B teams. So no gas cans today, though.
I mean, it's a blessing, right? For teams like Shoot to Kill. Again, was 66 points on the day yesterday, so a real opportunity to close the gap. But, you know, some of these other teams, eyes go towards Sonics naturally, right? Coming in, that's a big number to try and match here.
Yeah, it's gonna be playing catch up from the word go. But let's take a look at the pricing here. $4,000 for first place in these regional playoffs, and we also have a total prize pool of $25,000. Keep in mind there are those bonus prizes for the player with the highest kills, highest assists, highest damage, and the team with the most chicken dinners. So far, 2 for gas cans, and a number of other teams with 1 apiece. But as he said. Okay, so you've kind of been around the block a few times. You played back in the day, way back in the day.
Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that, man.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this. If you were sitting out day 1, like these Group C teams were, and you see how much the leaderboard kind of separated, how much these top 5, what are you thinking coming into your first day of play? Are you thinking like, okay, well, we can't really waste any time. We got to get to it.
Wow, it's actually a really good question, because I think yesterday is a very, very interesting set of games to sit back and watch. I know we were talking about this just before the show started, of kind of the circumstances that granted that gas can's performance yesterday. But for teams like Sonics, I think they come in feeling as if they're going to have a lot of freedom, right? A lot of space to I don't want to say get away with murder, but maybe play this play style that suits Sonics in the past, where, you know, they can just kind of play with ego, play with arrogance, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see what Sonics decides to do here. Let's take a look at the teams overall, where everybody is in those groups. Keep in mind, Group A sitting out today, so we will have Group B and C, which means we have Shoot to Kill and Sonics, a tale as old as time, a rivalry as old as time.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, Sonics need to get off to a hot start. Obviously, STK put up a good number yesterday, but again, this is a thing when you come into this with missing day 1, you're playing catch up from the get go.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, but obviously we're gonna have to keep our eyes on every team. But a couple of teams that we'll be keeping our eyes a little bit closer than most. Mine in particular is gonna be Sonics, obviously. You know, coming in, not playing day 1, which I don't think we've seen Sonics out on day 1 in quite some time. But either way, going back to ESL, they came out in the first day of their the regional qualifiers, and they just popped off. I mean, they on Erangel, I think it was 3 second place and a first, so they came in just kind of ready to play. And I think now, having seen where the leaderboard sits after one day without them, I think we can expect the same thing from them here today.
Interesting. I mean, for me, I'm going to keep my eyes on shoot to kill today. I think we saw yesterday probably the best performance we've seen this calendar year. I think that's fair to say in terms of at least on a regional level here. This it was an interesting day to sit back and watch because we came back to kind of that cool, calm, composed play style. It was just getting it done, right? They were consistently putting up points even in the games where we talk about SDK, playing salvage mode and still maintaining that average points. But that I just come back to that 2v4 clutch yesterday from Kurt and Alo, man. It's been so long since we've seen SDK deliver to that level, and we know the ceiling's there. We know the potential is always there. But that made me really happy to see it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Alo was the kid couldn't miss. It seemed yesterday as we were watching, and interestingly enough, it feels like SDK could have had a much better day, but the fact that they were playing in salvage mode so much of that time kind of hamstrung them a little bit. But they still end up finishing in second, so it's wild. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboards after that first day of play, and you can see Gas Cans 93 points in one day. But there you go, shoot to kill. 41 kills, 66 points, good enough for second. E United right behind them with no chicken dinners, but 62 points.
Yeah, and that was an interesting game. But again, we're talking about this kind of salvage play where putting up a consistent average points per game. United really kind of excelled at that. I don't think they necessarily threw any end games. It's not as if they were kind of costing in that regard. I don't necessarily they were set up for a dead certain win. But to still put up 62, I mean, keeping pace here is crucial. Obviously, they are in Group A, so they won't be playing. Shoot to kill and build by game is probably the two we're going to have our eyes on because those are the two that sit within the top 6.
Yeah, BBG did manage to get a win yesterday, but it was very, I don't want to say inconsistent. It was inconsistent. They had some really, really good games, and then there was a couple of games where it just didn't go their way. Yeah, so let's take a look at the schedule that we have for you here today. It's going to be, once again, your favorite, Hypoc. Eam. 3 Erangels followed by 3 Miramars, and we had some wild circles yesterday. It started off with the Millie circle and ended with a Miramar island circle, but not the island circle that you would think.
I'm beginning to think I've once again become the curse. It used to be a common denominator. That's why, honestly, that's why I wasn't allowed to cast for so long. I got it through. That was the official word. It was like, we can't. The players are complaining. No, I'm joking.
Stick them on the desk.
Stick them on the desk. Put them out of the way. There was some circles yesterday. We kept talking about kind of these anomalies and parts of the map that are relatively unrehearsed. It's not familiar territory.
Yeah.
And this is always really, really tricky when we have this rotating group format where there are also anomaly teams, right? There aren't necessarily teams in here that have experienced these circles in scrim. So those initial rotation paths are key. And I think on Miramar in particular, we saw a lot of, I don't want to say early diving, but it was almost like an emphasis on the center of circles that typically are more active towards the edge.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a really interesting day of games yesterday with those kind of wild and crazy circles. Now, one team that did manage to come out on top of all that craziness, obviously, the Gas Cans, and we had a chance to sit down earlier with Greg Shot GG to talk about Gas Cans' day 1 performance. All right, we've got Greg Shot from the Gas Cans joining us here today for an interview after a 95-point day in day 1. Greg Shot, how are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. I feel like we finally showed the true Gas Cans, like our true potential here with super settings.
Yeah, I definitely would say I agree with you. I mean, especially on Miramar, it was almost 3 wins in a row had it not been for a hard push onto the TAC 8 compound. I got to ask, okay, so the addition of Wykick and Mukau, how big of an impact has that had on your team and your play style? Are you kind of adjusting to him, or is it more him fitting into what you guys were wanting to do all along?
He's definitely just straight up filling in like into the slot of that we needed him to fill in, that we were kind of missing, is just having that like strong player that could just make independent plays on his own and also lead the team if needed at any given time. We do have Adam as our main IGL, but Kyle can serve as a co-IGL, and he does really, really good at micro comms and telling people where they should be or helping each other out or like helping his teammates out. He's a wonderful teammate, and He's exactly what we needed going into super settings, where you have to maximize your points and you have to maximize your space in the circle. And he's got so much darn experience. He's played in like every major event that he's been allowed to play in. Because Fury didn't get to play PGIS. And he just, the amount of experience that comes with that, and he keeps his cool. It's just nice and easy when we get into game days. You can trust him to do the work that he needs to do.
Seems like it's working out well for you guys, working out well for not only Nikos, who was popping off in ESL and kind of continuing that performance here into PCS6, but also working out well for you. You've had a heck of a performance, and I was going to talk to you about that, keeping an eye on how you guys were playing through yesterday. It seemed like you're going for these really wide splits. Your role particularly seems to be holding down that northern edge of that split and just making sure that nobody comes through. Is that kind of what we can expect to see from Gascans? This kind of edge, wide split information gathering kind of thing?
Essentially, yeah, we're playing that 1-1-1-1 play style, getting as much control and room in the zone as we can, so that we can work into as much of the later game as we can as a 4-man, with as much circle control as possible, because that inevitably wins you the games pretty easily in these lobbies, at least. It's just the amount of space you end up with when you're doing that kind of stuff and you get away with it in the early game. It's kind of ridiculous. As well as, like, unfortunately, some of those teams, like in that specific Miramar game that you're speaking about, some of the South teams just kind of ended up fighting in blue. I think it was For Fun and Dragon were like fighting in blue. Mm-hmm. So we ended up with like little to no South pressure. We got pretty lucky in that regard. But even if we did have the South pressure, I feel like we've been like resource allocating and putting people in the right places to really just control our game and make it to where no one can get into our space. I think you said it yesterday on the cast that we're just shepherding teams in other directions. And that's a style that like is really important to play in Super, because then you end up forcing teams to fight and you could pick off points from that fight. If you see it in distance, or even just having to third party it later on, if that's a better spot in zone or whatever it may be, it's just a play style that's been working for us. And we definitely want to continue it, especially with our loot spots and the way they work. I mean, it's just kind of the play style that we have found to be really good in Super for us.
Well, it seems to be working out a treat for you guys. Well, you get a day off today, a breather, to watch groups B and C fight it out, see if they can try to catch up to you. But we wish you the best of luck here watching the games today and coming in tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And shout out to Greg Shot and all the Gas Cans boys for a very impressive performance there yesterday, and some interesting thoughts there from Greg, especially when you're talking about the way that they were able to kind of hold that edge. Hypoc, we were talking about it before the show. It seemed like they were just not really getting a whole lot of pressure on them at any point.
Yeah, call it, the stars aligning for them. I know I was watching some of the games. I was just thinking, wow, there were a couple of other teams, notably United and Yahoo, I think from 2 games in particular, where if a team fight goes just, slightly in another direction, then they maybe feel a little more pressure. But they were rather fortunate. I think back to the Los Egos Island game, where that's the one where I think actually from the get-go you could see the intent, and they did the hard work in the early game. That one ultimately resulted in a lot of mid-game freedom and space, and again a little bit of a weird circle, so you got to throw that in there as well. But the difference being, you can see it's kind of the rinse and repeat. We're not seeing them kind of adapt and kind of do things on a one-off basis. It's you can see right once they get set up what the intention is, and that their execution was flawless yesterday.
Well, I get to sit down and watch today's games. Well, while you're watching today's games, apparently we have a guest appearance from another one of our talent buddies. It's going to be Toffees. Toffees, where are you from?
Hey everybody, we are double dipping on Crafton IPs today. While Poro and Hypack are handling all the action here at Battlegrounds, Cameron, Godspeed, Mustache Dave, and myself are kicking off week 2 of the New State Mobile Mashup Open Qualifiers. Throw us up on your second monitor, your phone, whatever you want, so that you can keep tabs on all the action happening this weekend.
There you go, guys. Make sure you go and check out that New State Mobile Mashup. But for right now, we are getting ready, getting everybody into the Plan 4 Game 1 here of Groups B and C. So don't go anywhere. We're about to pop off there. But okay, gotta ask you obviously talked about wanting to keep an eye on STK on these 3 Erangel games now. Do we kind of expect them to do the same thing they were doing yesterday on these circles that kind of shift far away from them there, where they were kind of hunting down, fighting out in the blue, kind of 10 minutes into the game kind of thing?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think kind of, you roll back maybe a year or two and you think about SDK and their ability to play from behind. I think with the format change, it's something that, if their confidence was knocked in early games, it's almost like they never really came back to I guess, playing decisively.
Sure.
Here, obviously, in the point format, with that buffer now they've already got set up, I expect them to kind of do what Kurt set out in that interview. We keep referencing where he was talking about paying too much respect. Yesterday, we saw things like those early rotation traps, hassling other teams, and ultimately creating a lot of freedom for themselves, because that conditioning factor is so apparent in every single game now, that I think that they're going to play a little more aggressively, and that's a scary prospect for anybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in game 1, didn't we? Like right off the bat, they were rotation camping. I think it was Dynamic coming out of North George.
It was, yeah,
trying to make their way down to Military Island. And then we saw later on, we saw Luke 12 out in the middle of the blue for what seemed like forever, trying to hunt down Sneezy from Snow Patrol. So it just seems like if they see a point where they can get a point, no matter how much they have to wait for him, no matter how long they have to stick around, it seems like they're going to do it. And having that full commitment, I think, to the points system and trying to get your points off of kills, especially when the circle kind of shifts away from you and you're not really thinking about placement points anymore. It seems like it's working out pretty well, and it seems like they're really kind of in the groove as far as that stuff goes.
Well, I think as well, you look at SDK and they're certainly one of the most efficient teams in terms of time management, right? What's the trade-off of rotating early if it's a bad south circle on Erangel in particular, those 2 to 3 minutes that you maybe save getting to the edge of circle 1 and saying, right, where are we moving next, versus being happy to sit in the blue for 90 seconds or so. I think it's interesting to see the prioritization. SDK don't tend to really do well from center. Right, it's even on the circles that do pop towards the west coast and whatnot, you will see them kind of focus towards high traffic areas and maybe set themselves up for an edge towards circle 3. So when you think about that from that regard, I mean, if the shoe fits, right, that's what they need to play towards. They need to play towards their strengths.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Yet it's weird to say that, considering the fact that they won a hospital game yesterday in a 2v4 of all things against Wildcard. That was absolutely nuts from them. But okay, we've talked a lot about SDK, obviously, from Group B, but now we're getting to see Group C. We talked about Sonics a little bit, but there's other hitters in that lobby as well. Bing Bang Boom, the Rumblers, Nootropic, 300, Black Sheep, Office, Tilt Town, Adrenaline. Is there anybody that's maybe kind of keeping an eye out on in that non-Sonics Group C group?
I mean, I'll always have a soft spot for the Rumblers, right? We saw a couple of moments of, I guess, the potential of that roster at ESL Masters, and again, it just comes back to the consistency, man. It's when they're hot, but it's maybe 1 in 10 games, right? Now coming back to the point format, I mean, with players like Valiate and Lost, it's need to be looking more at kind of making sure that you can always pick up those freebies, pick up those kill points. They're a smart team. I think on a macro level, they need to adjust the way they play sometimes. And unfortunately, it's difficult to really place your finger on where things go wrong, because it always comes down to maybe a fumbled team kill. I don't necessarily think it's from a rotation standpoint. So hoping that we can see a couple more games like we did in ESL. But the point format should definitely suit them a little better.
Yeah, hope to see Corsac kind of get back on form, man. When he is on, man, that kid is nutty.
Yeah,
just and same with Los and Valiant. I mean, we've seen all of them, even Waldo, have done some crazy stuff as solo individual players. It's just trying to get it all to. It's that game-to-game consistency, right? Like you're mentioning. So maybe they'll find something today. As looks like right off the bat they're going to get Yasnaya, their normal drop to themselves. Nobody real. Oh nope, Lobes is up there for some reason. Not sure why.
Yeah, that is strange actually. Yeah, because the rest of them are almost kind of in the old E United drop across shelter and prison. See where he's going. Is this just information play? Is it a vehicle play? Got Corsac right next to him.
Yeah, Loeb's going on an adventure here. Looks like he was probably trying to go for the vehicle. Corsac gonna land on it first. Loeb's will just take a few shots in his back, just to let him know how mad he is. Actually, ooh, he actually landed those. What?
What?
Okay. All right, well, let's continue with the wild circles. Why not?
Yep. Let's head to Zaki.
Let's do it.
But did you know, actually, what was it yesterday when we were saying game 2 we would do a Zaki? Because
it was true. It's true. We went Millie and now we get Zarky. God, I love a good Zarky circle though. It's there's so much fun.
I hate you for that.
Well, don't hate me for that. It is what it is. They're fun to watch.
I mean, it depends on the ending. That's a quarry.
Well, yeah.
Quarry circle 1. That's one of the ugliest for me on Erangel. Because again, there's just so many different endings you can have. Zaki maybe a little more straight cut, but I have to wait and see. This is an interesting one. Again, we kept talking about the circles yesterday being circles that you don't really want to come late to. This is another example of one.
No, absolutely. Well, 300. Gonna have to get everybody in the US roll on by enough. Just give them the old shave and a haircut. Let them know we won't get any closer to you. It's kind of weird that they're going south here. I missed where they were looting. Well, I'm assuming they were looting around Ruins Quarry or Ruins area, and now they're pushing down south, just below Sonics and Lethal Association. Obviously, not sitting on great loot either. I mean, they Neff's rocking a so 300 just actually pushing away, and I guess really comfortable with just kind of coming in super late.
Seeing I mean, whether this is an early rotation coming out here from Rozok, at least an information play towards Cube. Again, not too many teams are going to be out here. Tilt Town already making early progress. They'll get themselves a 2-seater for their troubles as well. They do want to swap out for that.
Yeah, quick rotation.
See, I mean, I'm looking at so it's a mutant and a car. This is definitely they're looking to dive and loot something else, surely.
I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, there's
level 1 vest, no backpack.
Yeah, that's straight poverty right there. Honestly. You know, well, at least they've got 3 with them. Savage a little bit farther behind, but you know, he's getting the comms saying that that's pretty clear. Tiltown just obviously prioritizing getting to the center of the circle, the whatever spot they want to play. I mean, you brought it up, didn't you? I mean, coming in late here is just a non-starter. So
no, I mean, you have to commit to then just farming edge, and it's the problem is that with this, I think it probably leans a few more teams to kind of just they'll hug edge of certainly circle 1, potentially even circle 2 if that water's still a factor. Maybe that does sway the decision, but you're basically committing yourself, saying, right, well, if we're not going to go center, we've got to fight for something, and it's going to be scrappy because there's probably an extra 3 or 4 teams across the lobby that are going to be faced with the same kind of dilemma.
Lobes still separated from the rest of the gang, just off to the north. Now he does have Dragon
shook as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that US has probably been free for the last like 2 months of scrims, and now all of a sudden Rumblers drops and takes it. He's probably a little bit upset about that one, but you know what? They'll rebound. They'll rally. Looks like meanwhile Tilt Town has decided of all the compounds to send it to. If you're gonna poverty loot, send it to this compound.
I was happy to see them drive by a flat top because that is the worst compound on the map, particularly when it's in the circle. But then to go to Lodge, I mean, you're not leaving Lodge. That's what they say. Yeah. If you commit to Lodge, you're not leaving. You're hoping that the circle ends nearby.
Well, we'll see how it works out for him. Looks like Savage has been able to join up with the rest of them. BSO did start creeping out that way. Just out of North George. Tickleton, meanwhile, going to run into Lethal Association. Actually, all of Sonic's going to run into Lethal Association. Grant Lannis going to get spotted out by Shrimsy. That's a knock and a flush as Lethal Association getting a little bit too close on that eastern side of Everest. It looks like the rest of the gang should escape, although Hooligan will take a few shots for his trouble.
Early kill on the board for Sonics, though. So it was a decent position to scout from. Again, we know how much they favor Everest in this scenario.
Goodbye, Dacia. It's,
I hope they don't need that later.
I know. Or at
That's
least,
like the walk of shame to have to go down the side of Everest to pick that up.
It truly is. You just couldn't have thrown
Send
the
a
parking
tick.
brake on that thing. Yeah. Send tick for
H1
it.
send a tick.
Like, yeah, you're the speediest. As, as we see, Veritas and Nootropic. Oh, look at this jousting across the Yasnaya fields. Light Show land a couple of shots there. Won't get the knock, but at least enough to let them know, hey, I can in fact hit these. Veritas, definitely a day one to forget. Although they had. They did have moments. They had moments. I mean, look, the push onto Spicy Fish, I think that might have been in the last game of the day. It was actually,
Game
I mean,
six,
it was
yeah.
really clean.
It was. Was that the game that ended on the road next to ramp? I think it was, right?
Yeah, so that would have been game 5, yeah.
Other than that, didn't really have a say in many of the games. They were almost absent. And I mean, still a few teams outside, but this is what we're expecting with this circle. Lots of teams making an early dash. I mean, we're at the 7.5 minute mark, and we've 3 teams really still to make their way towards circle. Everybody else just about finding their way in. This does lean a little more north, so unless we have an ugly shift on circle 2, that's why we're seeing so many teams already north side of the river.
Yeah, the trying to fight to get up to the north is a little bit more difficult. There's no way this goes south, though, right? I mean, it's got to stay north of the river.
I mean,
It can't be that mean.
It should, right? Should.
It should. Well, I mean, there's still quite a. You look at some of the more experienced teams in the lobby, Sonics and STK, both hugging the river, so they're not even taking the bait here. SKZ, meanwhile, Dragon tries to make a wrap around on that north side. Will get spotted out by Rumblers, so Valiant will pick up 1 kill. Dragon now having to pull back into Severny and hold tight for right now. Now Rumblers needs to be careful. They do have ADR just off to their west.
Rumblers set up on the north road of south side 70. A little bit of a rotation camp. Rewarded for it already, so we'll weaken one of the teams that you got to argue is going to be on their side of the circle come a little later in the game.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see whether or not after the kill they kind of pull away or whether or not they commit to holding any further. They are spread a little thin. Corsac in a position to at least garner some information.
Spread thin, like you say, on that cliff side, on that very, very northern cliff edge. Maybe just kind of figuring out where everybody might be. Kind of keeping an eye on Corsac. I think he took a few shots over there towards ADR, Greta the Goat in that split. But at least, if nothing else, Rumble is gaining information about what's going on to their south side here as we wait for this circle to finish collapsing. BBG finally making their way in. 300 also just kind of hugging the southern side of Everest, waiting to see where that pop decides to take them. And oh no, Lethal Association. They're going to send it across the bridge right in front of STK. You see the shots coming through. No knocks in the feed though, so could be.
Well, there you go.
I speak too soon. Unfortunate. Well, there you go. STK will pick up 1, and there's the shift. It will go north. It will play around that ridge line, that mountain line, right in the middle. As we check in with Sonics inside the circle, and Lethal Association, things have not improved.
No, still just bouncing back and forth at the minute. So just getting themselves control of Cube will give them a little bit of freedom, and that's why we see them playing a little bit split here. Dodge, meanwhile, over on the other bridge, just towards North George, and again, I guess they're hoping on a couple of freebies delivering themselves to the front door, but I know at this point it's... I mean, taking either bridge at this point in the game is just ill-advised. We'll leave it at that. Somebody's gonna be set up there.
Oh yeah,
it's a given.
Like you have to be expecting, and I think that's why we when you look at 300, they've got Nefahor up at the top of Everest, just kind of scouting it out and kind of seeing things for 300 before they have to make a move. Meanwhile, Dragon, as they try to leave Severny, they'll lose another one. So it's just down to Flax and Lemon Squeezy, as Veritas, I believe, picked one up on rotation. Meanwhile, for Funners, Veritas all making their way through that Rumbler split that we saw earlier. Looks like a few shots coming out right now, but Veritas coming real close to Los on that cliffside. Meanwhile, Lethal Association did try to make that bridge cross, and they will pay for it. Dodge was ready and waiting, and that'll be 2 kills going over to them.
They try and cross 3 different bridges and pretty much got screwed on every single one.
You know, and now I feel like it now. If you're Dragon, you're looking at this like, well, you know, obviously if it makes it to 10 minutes in the game, you just can't cross a bridge ever. It's impossible, literally impossible.
It's the unwritten rules of the lobby.
Yeah, well,
this would be good though. Like I'm looking at Dodge now, look as if they're about to make a move. They don't want to hang around. The thing is, you've got your kills now. Like you got to prioritize elsewhere. Rumblers actually, I'm surprised they didn't get another knock or kill onto Veritas. It looked like they were, I think it was towards Corsac's position initially on the cliffside. I'm not sure if it was somebody else playing a little closer, but Veritas seemed to have navigated their way past. Now, Lost couldn't navigate his way past Corsac.
Yeah, navigated right into them. They avoid Veritas, but can't avoid each other. But that should be an easy res. Nobody really pressuring them right now.
This is what I want to see from Dodge.
Yeah,
it's proactive and not really overstaying their welcome,
and not wanting to get involved in whatever might be happening in those North George apartments, the hills just off to the north. They're just doing the long wrap here, and honestly, better positions really to play over here overall, and they can actually stop down, as it looks like Heikerman is doing, scout out where they might want to go next. And actually, if they just hang out here until next circle pop, if this thing does cut hard to the west, they'll have prio on some really good positions to play late.
Looking here, this is the awkward one really, with where the center lies of this. I mean, well,
there it is.
That cuts out so much real estate as well. Obviously, a big chunk of North George still in, pretty much all of it. So, an option or an opportunity, at least for some teams, to maybe make that desperation play and hope for a little bit of good fortune in the late game. But Dodge now, like you said, they've got first pickings. They will get control of, I think, potentially still the high ground. I mean, there's not going to be too many teams looking to wrap to the west here, so potential to get that central position in the field and the high ground to the west of it.
Yeah, that 2-2 split is just absolutely filthy for Dodge. We'll see if they can hold on to it. As I mean,
gas can split.
Yeah, I mean, look, so many teams are coming in from the east side too. That I mean, Dodge is all by themselves over there on the west. Meanwhile, Veritas will run into Dragon again. This time they'll spot out Flax, who's hiding down in the bunker, and Lemon Squeezy, the smallest of dips to hide in. He's gonna find Lobes though, and that will be 1 point at least going to Dragon. Veritas is left to scream and be angry that they lose one off of that. You hate to see that one, man.
You don't. You gotta flush him there. You gotta flush him.
You do.
Nootropic? I'm not sure about that, but I'm also not sure about Tickleton knocking Shrimsy there either.
Oh, geez.
See, that is another team pulling up on this. H-Win's just going forward. I don't think he has knowledge of this.
Oh, man. I mean, we were talking about it. The east side of this circle was going to be absolutely clustered. And Sonic so far looks like they've managed to pick up a couple of kills. Nootropic going to be the bearer of the brunt of the damage. There's 300 though, holding the other side of the hill. Haven't crested over the top just yet, but they're looking for an angle. Meanwhile, Sonics does get that res, does get the heal, so they're back up to full strength. 2 kills in the bag already. They know that 300 is just on the other side here, but they've got to be careful about how they peek this ridge.
I'm kind of underhand. Actually, SDK going to get involved in. I think that's C300 pull away. H-Win, though, going to punish this rotation. Finds himself Nephahor, but the blue sweeping through now. The Sonics have put themselves in an awkward position here. Yes, they can wrap towards the east side, but again, it's Veritas to the north they got to worry about. Looks like J-Sank and Lightshow are already on hand to maybe deal with them if they try and transition across this open field.
I mean, the best news for Sonics right now is that it's an extremely target-rich environment for STK. They can't just focus down one team. And actually, Veritas will find one, we'll find two. Nootropic will be taken down, but J-Sank has to get rezzed up here. Veritas down to 2 out in the blue. And did Sonics? Where did they end up? Okay, there they are. Barely on the outside of the map here, but yeah, 300 found a spot inside the circle. So now it's 300 and STK looking over in their direction.
I think STK are literally just holding here to send shots towards Sonics.
Oh, of course.
They know who it is. They saw the kill feed. Actually, Luke will get the knock onto Shrimsy as Penta's getting absolutely battered from North George. Luke 12 finds a second as well. Tiggleton's down. There's just 2 up for Sonics.
Waking up feeling dangerous. H-Win will trade it back onto Alo, try to open up a little bit of room to work with, but I mean, Mime and H-Win are shooting at this from way out in the blue, as you see Shrimsy will go down eventually, but meanwhile, 4Funners now running into BBG on that ridge line. Looks like 4Funners taking the lead in this fight, at least for now, and yeah, BBG just gonna have to dip on out. The rest of them escaping to the north. Actually, just Honey Badger will go and hide in that little tiny ridge line that we saw be so famous for Godspeed, our boy, back in the day in the MPL days.
Memory. And this blue's
You like that?
starting to tickle now. If STK catch sight of Sonic, you see they're just biding their time trying to...
want it so bad.
Yeah, they do. And rightfully so. These are freebies, right? Sonics, like I said, they put themselves in a position backs against the blue. STK were already third partying onto 300, but should be able to pass. Yes. Checking for a fair old bit here, so they do have to make haste.
Oof. I don't know if they got it, man. They're so close.
You should.
Oh, they're so close.
He's dead.
Oh, he's done. And they're done. Yep. You had to try to go for the send. Unfortunately, Sonics will go out in 13th place, and now we can look over towards the north side where ADR is going to find 4Funners making their way through. As down to, I believe, just 2 now for Funners, and there goes Show. Another one fed over to STK, but they're pushing down in front of 300 here. This is not a very safe spot for STK.
I mean, if they can get set up here, I mean, they're within utility range here. I don't think Extreme's got any, but you can hear the pins being pulled. 300 going to send a couple of nades towards STK, and there'll just be one required. A couple more for good measure, but Vox will find both of them.
Not a bad show for 300 so far. They did lose Nefahor, but considering how things started with them driving off to the south, away from Circle 1, they've managed to pick up 5 kills so far. They've got the southeast fairly close to themselves. Looks like Black Sheep off is still kind of working their way out of those North Georgia apps. Dodge still holding their good position. ADR, meanwhile, has just been silently gaining more control over this northern side. Now they are kind of grouped up here on the edge of those circles, and oh, look at that, TTG. They get the compound. This is the final game of MPL 3 all over again, man.
It literally is, yep. But again, this is a difficult one if you have that compound. Like I said, so 90% of this action is going to come from the edge, and unfortunately, the sight line south out of there, you don't really have a say towards any of the key positions. See if anything, what they can post in this game. And 33 alive, so there's still a decent amount of points on the board. Bing, bang, boom. Actually find themselves back at the lodge.
This is kind of working the opposite of what we were seeing yesterday, where we were losing so many in the mid game that we were getting down to phase 6, phase 7, and there was next to nobody left. This one, a lot more alive, as you said, as Rumblers try to make that wrap around. You actually going to try to find somebody, won't find it though. Rumblers avoid that snake bite.
Who was that just hit the Tokyo Drift over that? That was crazy.
I think it was Valiate.
Of course it was.
It's your boy.
Of course it was.
You know, if you see something wild, it's gonna be Val. You think he even does that stuff on purpose most of the time, or it just happens for it?
That just happens.
Just one of those guys. Yeah.
Can't teach style, man.
You just can't. And Valiate has style, always has. Well,
Still 4 up
Rumblers, yeah. I mean, they're looking not terrible. I mean, they got vehicles. They're on the north side, which is not great, but they're avoiding most of the insanity that's still going on down here.
Oh, Jay. That was a bolty headshot.
Put him in his place, man. Okay.
Sit.
Say it. All right, Tiltown. We talked about the fact that they took Lodge early. Well, they managed to stay alive for this long, but what do they even have at this point? As they are getting picked apart here by 300. 300's just kind of working their way from this south side through just about everybody, and Richie will be the one to do the damage. 8 kills now for 300.
Doing well, but still outside this circle. If they can take that forward position, they might. Yes, they can get themselves in utility range once again. They should be able to pick up quite a bit of loot here.
Off of Tiltown?
Yep.
X to doubt. But I just don't think Tiltown really had a whole lot, unless they picked up a whole lot of stuff in Lodge.
You never know.
You never know. We'll see what they got. At least they're staying out of range of Bing Bang Boom for the time being, but they know very well aware of where each of these guys are. BSO, meanwhile, trying to creep up on the doorstep of Dodge. Have managed to do so successfully so far. 2 kills already for Dodge, but the circle pops again. It's going to go. It really is
an MPO ending.
It literally is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is going to be tough sledding for these guys on the south. Bing Bang Boom. They've got to be on the defense, man.
They do. Not sure really how much pressure is going to come their way from ADR. They should be looking in this way. I mean, they don't really have any imminent threat along the roadside. Actually, 300 still do have some lethal util, and after that knock, they might even be able to capitalize. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, look at that. Opened up the door, and 300 is ready to bust on through. Another good grenade should find Keenan. It does. Get him down to 1 shot, and Vox will finish him off with the seat swap. Nicely done from 300, as they are just taking over control of this area here. Dodge, meanwhile, has to do something about this BSO issue. Both of them just kind of slowly waiting for the other to peak here.
Yeah, Dodge have almost...
Oh, Rumblers.
What? They pulled up?
Okay. Rumblers pull up on one side, and look at this. On the other side, it's ADR. So now TTG, 0 kills so far. They got compound cursed a little bit. They've just been blessed to sit here and watch all the action occur around them. Stello will find a little bit of damage from somewhere, but ADR and Rumblers both arriving at exactly the same time here. TTG with their backs up against the wall.
The problem is they're split across separate buildings. So they couldn't really defend either crash. The timing, absolutely disastrous for them. I don't think Rumblers really want to force the issue. They've got themselves the hard cover, right? That's the thing they were lacking. And they're inside this new zone.
Absolutely. And while all that is going on, it opens up the door for Dodge to just hop in vehicles and push up to the ridgeline. So BSO will move in on the other side of the street, but they're not in a great position. Stello actually going to be the first one to find a knock on a Mafu. God, you got to imagine if 300 has a couple of grenades, man. It's just a matter of time before they send them over onto BSO. Adrenaline, meanwhile, have gotten into the compound. 3 kills so far, and they've made it to the top 6. They've got that hard cover, but what are the circles going to decide to do here? Oh, yep, there it is.
Box, man. These guys are on a heater in game 1. The second one's going to confirm it and get another knock. KKG's down.
I mean, you knew it was just going to be a matter of time, didn't you? I mean, the 300 was just on the other side of the road here. BSO was all stacked on top of each other. A car, I mean, that is just begging to be grenaded right there.
Yeah.
And Vox more than happy to reciprocate. And the only problem Vox has is he ran out of grenades. So KKG will get rezzed up. The Molotov will not get close enough. But Mercy and KKG, I mean, they can't move around. I mean, TTG has gone pinged down.
And the problem being Dodge had a line of sight as well. I did see Heikeman steal one of those kills away. 300 should have relatively safe passage to the north here. Yeah, decent kill count already, but... And the only reason I say that is because there's so much congestion in the compound. I mean, ADR actually sending shots this way. That's ill-advised with the threat on the back door.
Yeah, these teams at the compound, it's such a weird position to be in. I mean, Rumbler's probably the easiest. I mean, they just have to play whatever's in front of them. But ADR, I mean, you're thinking we got this great spot, we got free shots on everything going on to the south of us. It looks like they're just comfortable holding down that spot and making sure that they don't get pushed from behind. Which the only real threat right now, it looks like, is Cater, and Cater just kind of keeping eyes on Rumblers. So ADR should actually be free to do this, as Finna will spot out Mercy. It's down to just KKG hiding behind the US. I'll see if he can maybe get a shot here, maybe relieve a little bit of that pressure, but you got to imagine the utility's running pretty low at this point. Ooh.
That moment where you don't know where it's going to flip. KKG still alive and kicking, but not for much longer.
Alive, yes. Kicking, debatable.
Kicking and screaming.
yeah. It's like, please just stop shooting at me for 5 seconds so I can do something here.
Hey,
I mean,
Vox.
KKG has just been
into
Vox.
KKG's just spotted him.
Okay. Who's he going to go for? Oh, Cherry. Oh, Cherry. The defense from Dodge, keeping 300 into it. And oh my God, I'm having deja vu all over again. It's where's the United? Where's Tempo?
I'm pretty sure this is a similar setup to how it was as well. It was like 2 or 3 teams in the compound at this point.
Yeah, I'm testing my memory here, but I'm pretty sure Rumblers is playing the part of Ghost Spoiler. This is it is, isn't it? It is. You know, all we need is Godspeed hiding in a bush right behind Extreme right now, and we could do a whole recreation. Okay, Cater will find Corsac, so that's Rumblers gonna lose 1. Is he? Oh wait, he got him. He got him to get rezzed.
No way.
Wow.
He had no
Valiate.
HP there.
The man had nothing. Okay, well. 300 managed to get across the road from ADR, but ADR just kind of raining any offensive utility that they have onto them. It looks like 300 just kind of surviving for the time being. Fahihi, meanwhile, keeping an eye on that angle. Let's see if Rumblers push out, but they've got it well and smoked off here. Nade God kind of the only one looking here outside of Cater, but the smoke wall from Rumblers is just too effective.
Can defend this push again. It's a tight angle.
Oh!
Wait, what? The last bullet onto Valiate. What?
Oh, that feels so bad. Through the smoke, Valiate has to feel like the unluckiest guy on earth. Fahihi wants this so bad. Shotty in hand, ready to go, but just can't find it through the smoke. Not even willing to take the blind shots through the smoke. Valiate gets rezzed up again. Corsac says, you did it to me, buddy. I will save you as well. Cherry actually going to re-knock Valiate, so, well, Val might be on his own at this point. Los, no, the vault into the window, and Stello is just waiting for it.
Rumbler's getting picked apart right now. Just 2 members on their feet. DTG, actually, I mean,
they're doing a damn good job holding this.
They are. Nade God's looking to get aggressive as well.
Okay, Cater has been knocked. Nade God needs to be careful a little bit here. We'll spot out Waldo, and that'll be it. Rumblers gets eliminated. It was always going to be a tough push across. The TTG holds strong, and now they have to reset with 3. ADR has just been hanging out in this building, or just raining down damage over onto 300, but 300's been able to survive. They've still got all 3 up.
As I say, yeah, it's a real lack of utility from Dodge, I imagine, as well. 300 got nothing to post across towards Dodge's position. And just a matter of time here. Obviously, Phase 9 already posted. We know that where this one's ending. Actually, the attacks come through from Innate. That's a huge knock onto 300, actually.
Really good shooting from Innate, and he's going to switch over from the DMR into the Shotty, and they want to send it to the trenches. Vox has to be ready to hold this. Good flash is coming out. He's going to come out of the smoke at the worst time. He's still blinded, and 300 holding strong. Vox will find 2. He'll find Greta the Goat as well. Extreme will find the last one. Reno just hiding in the smoke for as long as he can. While this is all going on, Hikerman sending it across from Dodge to try to third party onto this. And look at this. He gets the knocks. He steals the kills with the incendiary here. Hikerman just sitting on the road in the middle of the wide open, and nobody's shooting at him.
Wait, Vox has somehow backfilled the smoke there. He's got himself up on top side. A decent amount of HP. Heikeman, though, and the rest of Dodge still 4 strong. 9 kills on the board. Looking to close this one out. I don't know if they have the knowledge of where the other TTG member is.
I'm not sure. It looks like he spotted one. There it is. Vox will go down, but Stello has to make his way across the street. Will not do so. And Dodge with a 12-kill win. Very reminiscent of something that we've seen in the past. I think Dodge actually played from the exact same spot that Tempo won Season 3 of NPL from.
It's crazy. I thought there was a point in that game where they'd actually kind of left it a little too late to start garnering some of that zone control, but they absolutely make it work in the late game, going from, well, they came into that with 2 kills, right? 2 kills when they were, phase 4 or so inside that field. So really impressive finish from them.
I mean, the meta from Dodge was on point from the word go. I mean, they came in, they made their way across the river. They took the bridge camp a little bit, managed to get a couple of free kills off of that, and then a beautiful rotation over to that western side. Now, the circle did kind of fall in their favor by cutting hard over to the west, but, you know, just clean stuff from Dodge. But, man, you know who had a lot harder of a game and a lot more success with 300, man? 15 kills?
Yeah, that was really, really impressive performance. Some great utility usage on display, and just seeing how confidently they were able to push through. As soon as they got a knock, they acted upon it, and it was just kind of the domino effect, right? They moved along the east side of that road. Well, I want to say 3 or 4 teams they ended up wiping just on the back of that.
This is clean stuff for 300. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from game 1, and it came out. It started off as a banger, as it was another weird circle, Hypoc.
Yeah, it really was. I think the trend probably going to continue. It was scrappy as well. There were quite a few teams that, I guess, waiting to see Circle 1 and Circle 2, how it was actually going to pan out with these kind of rotation traps. We obviously saw Rumblers early on. The Sonics, another one to note as well.
And we could see 300's reign of terror. I mean, we kind of knew BSO was in a little bit of trouble here as soon as they pulled up. They managed to avoid the dodge fight, but then it was just a matter of time before 300 just rained down. And Hikerman, look at this man, late game, final circle, and he's just hanging out in the middle of the street. Hardly ever got even noticed.
Okay, just hiding in plain sight, I guess. But seeing Fihi just charge across the road with the shotgun was definitely the highlight of the end game there for me. Man went in. I mean, at that point, you got to, right? You got to commit.
Yeah, I mean, look, ADR did the same thing. The only thing that kind of went unfortunately for them is just the flashbang just hit at the worst possible time, right as he emerging from the smoke.
I think I spotted as well. There was a team knock somewhere in there. I don't know if it might have been Jay. I think just maybe in the chaos of trying to push on to 300. But at that point, I mean, 300 actually put up a hell of a fight, playing from the low ground there with ADR, or all of ADR, charging across the road towards them.
Well, let's take a look at the standings from that last match, see where everybody's sitting after one game here. And obviously, Dodge will take the most of points, 22 for that win, but 300 right behind them. This is yesterday all over again, man. Yeah,
it kind of is. It was a rough start for somebody to say. Yeah, different players, different teams maybe as well. But the thing is this is just tough for anybody that's trying to play catch up. The longer this goes on, obviously, the worse it gets. And if we're going to have another day of teams sponging points like that, I mean, 300, the notable one, Dodge as well, 2 teams to make it over double-digit kills means that there's not an awful lot left for the other teams to fight for.
It was I don't even know how many more weird circles we can even hit these guys with at this point. I mean, I'm sure we could come up with a couple, but vanilla circles have just been few and far between, hard to find so far here. So far the response has been pretty good, but it has been leading to what we see here is just these high, first, second, third will take the lion's share of the points that are even available in the lobby, and then everybody else is just kind of left to get whatever they can find.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, we look towards a couple of teams to really capitalize on that sort of situation, but I don't really want to say Sonics with a rough start. I think circumstantially that's one that maybe they weren't anticipating the second team pulling up on the backside. I think initially it was Nootropic, right? They looked as if they wanted to commit to holding Nootropic, and then was it actually 300 that pulled up on the other side? I think it was, right? 300 were the ones that pulled up. They lost Neferhor to H-Win, and then somehow still navigate themselves behind SDK, who were trying to third party them and get themselves into, I guess, on the path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you had 300 that was in the flat top, kind of holding that bridge. You had STK up in the hills doing the same, and then you had Sonics that had to pull out of Q. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, there were so many teams over on that eastern side that it all just kind of funneled into each other. And then 300 doing a good job of kind of putting themselves inside circle in a good gatekeeping spot. STK obviously doing the same. But yeah, and then I think you had Veritas that also got involved there at some point. Four Funners, I think, was in there at some point as well. So it's just such a mass of teams all trying to make their way in from the east at the same time, and Sonics just kind of got caught up in it. Now they still managed to net themselves 4 kills, but definitely a weird circle with that hard Western shift. These hard shifts, man, have just been brutal for some of these teams.
I mean, when that first one bounces west, like I said, I was happy to see Dodge kind of be proactive after they picked up those kills on the bridge camp and identifying there's not going to be an awful lot of traffic after getting those kills on the west side of the circle, get themselves in. But the fortunate shift on the back of that was kind of what set them up for success.
Well, we saw a few open teams that kind of made it into the late game there. Obviously, TTG having that compound curse essentially, but managed to get second, and they looked good. The hold against Rumblers was actually really, really well done, all things considered. I mean, Rumblers had so much smoke to utilize there, but TTG ended up collapsing at the perfect time.
Yeah, they did. There's not much else to say on that scenario, to be honest. This is a game, again, I think we can write off in terms of the randomness, so to say. It's unrehearsed territory, so there's going to be teams that do kind of end up running into each other in circumstances that they don't necessarily expect.
Yeah, I mean, the play from ADR as well on that northern side, kind of taking the ditch and then obviously making that push into the compound and just kind of holding that compound for quite some time, avoiding all the craziness that was going to happen eventually. It did kind of leave a spot for 300 to work. And I think if you're ADR, you're maybe thinking that we could have gotten a little bit more off of 300 with utility, but maybe they just weren't sitting on a whole lot because, I mean, we saw with that circle popping way up to Zarky, they just, a lot of teams just didn't have the time to do the looting that they would normally want to do.
No, right. This is one of those examples where you have to kind of sacrifice a little bit of that looting phase to make sure that you come into a circle that there's not an awful lot to play for. Unless you've got your foot in the door early, you either take a really awkward early game team fight to fight for something, or you kind of just try and navigate your way through the mess.
Well, just about ready to get into game number 2, guys. So before we do, Hypoc, how do you reset off a game like that? Is that something where you're just like, you know what, wild circle, whatever happens in that game, just write it off, throw it away, and let's get ready for game 2? Or is that something that can actually tilt you a little bit?
Not necessarily. I think as a player, it's always easy to kind of write it off as, like I said, one that's not going to come up too often. It's not necessarily one that, in terms of information gathering, a lot of it relies on the early game, not necessarily preparation. You have to play very reactive in these sorts of circles, and you can kind of get teams coming at you from all angles. So it's not necessarily a tilter unless you got yourself into a position where, I mean, if Dodge ended up losing out there and going out at the point where they only had 2 kills, that's the sort of circumstances where, yeah, that is tilting because you've got yourself into the game-winning spot of an awkward circle that the teams are going to be struggling with.
Man, that was just like MPL3, though, wasn't it?
Like, it really was.
I
yeah.
swear to. So okay,
you can take a snapshot at some point there, and I'm pretty sure the setup was exactly the same.
My memory is fuzzy, right? I do remember Tempo being in the dodge spot, and then I remember, I think it was United coming from the buildings, or was United on the other? Okay, United was coming from the buildings. I'm trying to remember who was. I feel like I've got 2/3 of that figure.
I'm going to go back. I'm definitely going to go back and screenshot it because I'll be intrigued to see.
I know Godspeed has having flashbacks too, because I remember him just proning out in the bush for like for like 5 minutes before somebody finally saw him. He had nothing. He had no utility or anything, if I remember correctly, and he finally just got spotted out. But
well, you don't in a game like that. It's burnt up in kind of these awkward pushes and team fights that you find yourself in.
Yeah.
You gotta throw everything into trying to survive or make it through.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, man. Hey, man, at least you made it to late game, and to be honest, oh man, I'm starting to remember even more and more about this as if I remember it correctly, that was Rumblers when they got knocked out of a shot at a tournament, if I'm not mistaken. But it was real close. It was real close. But anyway, we are getting ready to go into game number 2, so we can stop reminiscing like a couple of boomers and get you into the here and now, man. And the here and now is going to be Dodge with a big game 1 win. But what will we see here in game number 2? Another plane being very generous, cutting right across from northwest, this time northwest to southeast.
We ended up just over mil to power, so I guess Pachinki a little bit of a stretch, but everything should be attainable here. So, well, see if BBG are actually going to make the stretch all the way south. Not seeing too much in the way of overlap just yet.
Yeah, we did see last time it was everybody pretty much kind of playing around by themselves. I mean, we saw Lobes going for that drop the US with Corsac. It might be round 2 here, as it looks like they're both heading in that same direction again. Let's see if who you got this time. You think Loeb's going to get it?
Oh,
it's got
Corsac's a little further over to the west, so I think maybe he's got it. Lobes looks as if he's a little paranoid of somebody following him. He's looking back towards the south, but Corsac should have him beat. He's out of the plane earlier, so yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, let's see where the circle decides to take us. Right over. Okay, we've been saying we wanted a vanilla circle, right? How about a Pachinko circle?
Don't come much more vanilla than that.
They sure don't. Sonics. I'm interested to see how Sonics play this, right? Because they've been kind of, anytime the circle has fallen right on top of Pachinki, I've got used to seeing them do that kind of 2-2 split where they put I believe it's Shrimsy and Tig up in the church, and they'll put H-Win and Mime off in
double barns at Grandma's house.
Yeah, double barns at Grandma's. But they were kind of switching it up. They were kind of switching it up lately and going for the hill and the hill and the farmhouse down to the south of Pachinki. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how they decide to play this. If they go back to the tried and true, or if they are interested in trying something different here. I gotta feel like one of them is playing for more aggression, right? But who knows? We'll see how it plays out, but keeping an eye on Shoot to Kill here. We got a chance to sit down and talk with their head coach about how STK is different from other teams.
I believe that we have a lot more discipline than other teams. The one thing that I have taught my team and that I feel like I brought from the Marine Corps is just discipline and holding each other accountable and holding yourself accountable. Obviously us and other teams would make a lot of mistakes. It's just part of the game. But what my team does is they own up to it, and they own up to their own mistakes, and they'll also hold their teammates accountable as well. And that's something that in the military was very important, is, if someone part of your fire team is out of line, like, you keep them in check.
There you go. What a legend. Wise words from the man himself, right? He is
eloquently spoken. God, I love that man.
I think everybody loves that man.
A fan favorite.
He's a lovable man. He always has been. And at the right from Burbank, when he did an interview with his hand-drawn T-shirt jersey and his bootleg light-up Yeezys, he was he won everyone's hearts. Actually, I think he was wearing flip-flops that day, if I'm not mistaken.
He was wearing slides, yeah.
My man came out there in a Hanes beefy tee and some slides. Wasn't even wearing socks, but that's Gunner.
I'm not actually sure how this kill came across, but Richie will fall. Dodge will pick up an early kill point here. Well, this is a little fight for territory down on the south. It's an early move, if any. I'm not sure. Not even sure now, thinking about it, where I saw the drop come through.
Yeah, I mean, just going off of what I remember from 300, though, this seems like this is Dodge trying to flex out a little bit and kind of reading 300's tendencies, knowing that they like to send one guy to that compound. And Dodge, I mean, this pretty much everybody was there, right? Like they didn't waste any time about it. They sent the whole squad to go take one off of 300. They'll find success as well, as we see Nootropic actually getting a little close on the north side here. Ethan with the M24 in hand takes one shot, not going to land, but it's going to be enough to send Nootropic up to Potato.
We'll try and divert away, but I don't think Dodge really want too much more hassle to deal with here now that, I mean, they've at least fended away one team. They definitely don't want to engage in a second. Later, you see him hovering on the minimap, whether he's got eyes south here or no, he's still in the vehicle. I think it was just maybe just a little swap out in the valley.
Yeah. It's part of that weird psychological warfare that goes on with those coastal looting positions, right? You have 300, Dodge, Nootropic, all kind of in that that space between farm and ferry pier. So all of them trying to fight for the edge of their territory here. As Tilt Town looks like they're going to run into Bing Bang Boom. Keenan had a good angle, tries to go for the swab. Oh no, Tallow will get taken down. Savage now immediately traded as well as Tilt Town. They sent it really early into Circle 1 in Game 1. This time they're going to find themselves right in the crosshairs of Bing Bang Boom. And it looks like they're committing to it as well. Dangyo still inside here. They're not trying to escape.
Let's see, is Bing Bang Boom are going to be able to slow things down here. Again, don't expect too many pushes coming out, but it's not Bing Bang Boom are going to lose one in the process, because this isn't a compound you want to share. This is prime real estate, really. Looking at this circle. Oh, Ross swings the door open. We'll find another knock, and that now should seal the deal at least. I mean, as long as they're diligent here, they should be able to keep 4 up and get the remaining kill point. Oh, he's going to try and bail.
Oh, he might be able to. The smokes are blooming, and he should be able to escape, break line of sight here, but Bing Bang Boom will get over to that ridge line. Will take a few shots. Meanwhile, TTG going to get a little bit close to Watertown here, where Adrenaline has a very, very wide split here. Reno and Jay All Day have that high ground. Okay, dang, they couldn't hit him, so they just blew up the vehicle instead. Yeah. Good job, Keenan.
Yeah. I'm fine with that one.
We take
ourselves the fourth kill on the board. And much needed for them as well after a 2-point game in Game 1. I'm curious to see if they kind of commit to this this trap outside Rosok for the time being. Who's out on the minimap though? Is that Stello? Stello should have wide open line of sight there.
Yeah, this is I feel like Adrenaline and TTG kind of in they ran into each other at inconvenient times for both squads as they were trying to position themselves, and they got involved a little bit too early. As we check in with STK, they're down there on the west side of this circle, taking up a lot of real estate. But other than that, I mean, a Lethal Association kind of close, but not super close. I mean, STK should be vibing here for the most part.
Should be, yeah. Dodge still, I'd say, dealing with early game issues, but Nootropic, well, Lampalot out here seemingly pretty aware of what's going on. We did see later down the valley earlier, like I said, I know he'd caught wind of the setup. And now Dodge, again, they are split, so that's why earlier I was saying I don't think they're really going to want to get into it with anybody else just yet. Holding on to this split for Circle 1 at least. Maybe looking to collapse if there's a favorable shift in the second.
Gotta respect Ethan for rocking the revolver too. May not ever actually shoot it, but you know what? He's got it in his pocket. All weapon slots filled for Ethan. As we check in with BBG, they made their way across from military base 300. You can see just on the minimap, Extreme in the compound with the rest of the team a little bit farther off to the west. Extreme might be calling for a little bit of backup here, but I think BBG just stopping down to scout out their next move, and they're in vehicles and all on the move once again. Dragon is just kind of doing the same thing. Everybody kind of doing the same thing, just stopping, scouting around, getting information about where everybody is around them. BBG, for their part, I mean, coming from Military Island, they're going to find Pachinki Hill completely free and clear.
Yeah, the circle will, yeah, it's going to center up here for them. Again, whether or not Sonics, yeah, well, I mean, Sonics like to play their hill, but definitely less early on. Maybe feels a little further south there. SDK making their way towards BBG. Whether or not they've caught wind of them already set up there, they should hear the shots now. But you don't want to be settling for this position, that's for sure. This is notoriously difficult to get out of late game.
Yeah. Also, going to be difficult to keep those tires, as looks like they're starting to figure out here. Is BBG taking shots over there, but now actually BBG got to turn their attention over towards Nootropic, who gets a little bit close. They'll find the knock on to Hello Senpai, flush it out as well. So Nootropic lose one in the rotation, as Sonic's going down to the south side. 4 Funners going down there as well, as the south side of Pachinki getting a lot of love right now. Everybody making pushes down in that area.
It's interesting to see Sonics commit to the Valley. This is notoriously difficult to hold on to so early. Again, as soon as the team gets a little bit of freedom up on that high ground, you just receive so much pressure. And ultimately, this is kind of a low-kill mid-game position.
Oh, it's definitely a tough one to play. We'll see what Sonics has planned for it. Here's Dodge. Take some free shots over towards 4 Funners. 4 Funners took the top of C9 Hill and sent one down towards the coast just to see what they could see. And they saw a lot of bullets from Dodge, so I will let them know the score as Veritas trying to wrap through. That looks like they spotted out Lethal Association, so just trying to find somewhere a little bit close. Getting in just a little bit late. Looks like they may elect to hang out on the hilltop just over here. Lethal Association just kind of trying to prevent the push, trying to be a little bit scary so they don't get crashed here.
Yes, I mean, there's not going to be too much action here over on the side of the circle, but problem is the routes in here are so wide open. You got to assume that somebody's going to be playing back behind Pachinki Red, and certainly towards the hilltop just south of that. See what ADR's decision making is towards the back end of this circle shrink, at least. Again, not a really good spot for information, right? You're blocked by terrain.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slow burn here, as was going to happen in circles with these vanilla type circles. But 57 alive, 15 teams still up. The only one we've lost so far is Tilt Town. Train to go. We saw them getting involved in a little bit of a scuffle with Adrenaline around Razak earlier. They elected to escape off to the north, eat a little bit of blue damage, come back in on this western side, but they're going to be pushing near Chopsticks, where Adrenaline is once again posted up. It looks like Veritas starting to creep out there as well. Yeah, Lobes being the first one. The rest of the gang nowhere near this. Lobes all by himself here, as he is on a scouting mission. You can't take shots here if you're Lobes, right?
No, unless you have a freebie that's isolated, which Kada might just be, honestly. Literally, as I'd barely finished my sentence, a freebie presents itself. Right. Circle will pull away, though. Nobody really wants to be involved in this right now. You see that circle? You're now in a position where you kind of committed to fight your way out. Lobes should have this.
Well, Lobes
taking a sweet time.
He knows. He knows the Cater's right over there, and he's going to hop in the vehicle. That's what he was waiting for. He wanted to hear that engine. And Lobes will get that free point. Maybe spot out. See if we can see anybody with the 4X on the Mini. Rest of his team, actually, the rest of his team is sending it out here. So Veritas going for kills here, trying to push out into a fight, a third party, a fight that's happening outside of circle. J All Day and Adrenaline trying to hold off the push from TTG. Innate has already been knocked, so it's just J All Day and Reno right now. They might be able to get the res onto Innate in the smoke, but as we saw, Veritas hard crashing on.
Yeah, they're committed. They want to clean this up, and they have to now. Making this decision, it's got to be worthwhile for them. Loeb's going to try and post a nade in the window. Stella all the way towards the backside here. The problem is, you don't want to invest too much. This is kind of garbage time for all these teams right now.
It's not great. That'll be the last grenade for Loeb. So that's a lot of utility spent from Veritas with nothing to show for it here. His show is just kind of dancing around the edge here. You know he wants to push in, but he knows he shouldn't.
Yep.
You could see the mental tug of war going on here for show. He's like, I can win this. I can win this. It will go down to Loeb's. Adrenaline. Reno will miss the spray. And now it's down to 1 here for Adrenaline. I think TTG down to 1 as well. As Show does make his way in. I think they may have spotted out where J All Day is. Stello is, just hiding out right now. J All Day and Light Show trading back and forth. J All Day will win that one. And he will have to stop down here to try to go for the heal. Nerf is looking over in that direction. Stello will find Show as Stello tried to play the sneaky snakes. Now this push from Veritas costing a little bit more than they're gaining from it.
Well, it costs them everything. Nerf in a position now where he's the last man standing. Adrenaline and TTG absolutely making them pay. And nobody wins in this scenario. Like I said, garbage time.
Oh, we got a 1v1v1 for the winner of the ill-advised fight contest. Yeah, the ill-advised fight contest here. JL Day will go down to Nerf, and now it is Nerf v Stello. And Stello is just perfectly content holding the line here. Nobody really wanting to push into the other. Stello still has some smoke, some utility left, and we'll see if Nerf just over peaks here. Although they should know exactly where he is.
Everybody in the circle is smiling.
Oh my!
That is 4 funners though. They're in vehicles already. They're ready to take the trenches. That's heads up there. They have time and space to do so, and they're absolutely ready to capitalize on that circle shift. Rumblers might even be able to get towards double barns. You can see Corsac sending it out there. Nerf wins out.
5-head Nerf.
Little golf clap.
He baited that man. Hopped in the UAS just to see if he could get him to show himself. It definitely worked. So Nerf does win it. So a few more points over to Veritas. 5 kills. Though they are down to just 1. STK trying to make that push into the south side of the circle. Luke 12 will go down, but fortunately enough for him, goes down behind the US, so should be resable here while Alo and Penta proceed up the hill. See if they can find a place for STK to call home as Dodge just continues to just rain it down. They don't have to move just yet.
And Sonic's yet to put a kill on the board as well. We did talk about this being a pretty low kill mid-game position. And difficult to obtain information from as well. Nootropic actually lands some shots onto LA in transition, but nothing really to write home about.
Oh, Cynics will find one. So that'll at least
one
of the bag.
Too soon.
Yeah, if they can flush it out. Doesn't look like they will be able to, though. Hooligan
no.
Down in the ditch. So fortunate stuff there for Lethal Association. As Sonics continue to just hold their spot, hold that valley. But now comes the problem. BBG has nothing up on top of that hill, and they have free reign to just kind of take shots down onto Sonics. SDK, meanwhile, on the other side here as well. But you got that problem. You've got 300 on the south side. You've got Dodge on the south side. And now you've got Dragon kind of wrapping around in that same direction from the east. So just south of Pachinki here is by far the least. It's not safe, but I mean, compared to what's going on in Pachinki, it's probably preferable.
Yeah, definitely. You don't really want to be involved in that mess. But fewer and fewer options outside of it, to be honest with you. I'm surprised we haven't seen a few more teams make a little desperation send.
Just yet. Speaking of desperation sends, here come 300. They were on that very south tip. And they were going to push right under the feet of BBG. So far, they're getting away with it, but Extreme will get spotted. Neff gets spotted. Now Vegas will go down to Vox, but Vox gets traded as well. So the res should be able to come out here onto Vegas. I'm interested to see if STK or Sonics decide to do anything about this. Looks like they were thinking about it, but then they started shooting at each other instead.
Well, Funners have got themselves a lot of space as well. I'm not sure.
So much space.
Oh, Corsac had sent it over to double barns, right? I didn't actually see the reposition back. I mean, wisely done now. That's not in the circle, but let's see Dodge have to make moves north. Sonics will have the edge, still the valley to control, but they can really do much damage from there. STK in an unorthodox split right now.
Yeah, this is I think this was a split of necessity more than by plan. I mean, Luke got picked out of the car. Kurt had to stop to get the res, and now they've just kind of stayed there. So I'm interested to see how Luke and Kurt decide to get back over to Alo and Penta. When you got Sonics, you got BBG, you got Dodge, Dragon, all of them just kind of right there. This could just be unfortunate stuff here for STK. Sonics, for their part, they're just holding on to the line here. They're waiting for the inevitable push, it seems, from BBG. You can see all their little Doritos looking over in that direction. Nootropic, meanwhile, they're sharing the trenches here with Lethal Association. Enough vehicles, enough hard cover laid down where these guys are just engaging in a peak battle more than anything. Smokes will get dropped as Nootropic going to try to see if they can maybe push into throwable range.
I'm actually will find H-Win to follow up. Gats and Honey Badger will fall. SDK look as if they want to steal those away. We'll find Honey Badger first. This is where SDK's spread actually could favor them a little bit in terms of information. Could pinch a team that's moving up the hillside here. Oh, look at Penta.
Oh, Penta.
Dodge Heikeman and Ethan.
So two different fronts here for STK duos, and they are finding success on both of them. Actually, Kurt and Luke both knocked now.
Wow.
Unfortunate there. As I mean, look, it was. I think after they kind of got stuck out there, it was basically a write-off. They're like, you know what, we're going to try to get whatever we can out of this, but you know, don't try to come and save us. You know, do play the game for you at this point, Halo and Penta. And it looks like they found success. Dodge gets summarily wiped from the map here, but now Dragon is starting to creep up on their backside. Sonic still trying to finish off what's left of BBG, but this is what we're looking at. Shirky leading the way with the Vector in hand. Not going to win against Alo's barrel, but the nice spray from SKZ will trade him out. Benta now on his own will find the knock onto SKZ, but he's in a little bit of trouble here. The push from Dragon still coming, and now this might be the best news for Sonic. What did Veritas just do to Nootropic?
Oh, what did Nerf just do to Nootropic?
My.
It's only him left.
It was Nerf, the winner of the Grandma's fight in blue.
The winner of Chopsticks strikes again.
Oh my God, Nerf. Is that really him? 8 kills for Veritas. Nerf responsible for about 5 of them at this point, as he is just a solo menace right now. 6 kills for Nerf.
Position here. I mean, LA occupy the other end of the trench, but
Sociopath and Endlane are not messing around with him.
Yeah.
Completely keyed in. Well, you did your best, buddy. And no utility left in the bag for Nerf either. All those crates to loot, and no utility, no offensive, no smokes, no nothing. Hate to see it. Well, Penta has somehow Dragon has not finished off Penta. Not 100% sure how. They did have to. I guess they stopped down, prioritized getting those 2 reses over trying to flush out the raid boss Penta. But we'll see if they turn their attention back over towards him. Rumblers, meanwhile, making their way out of Pachinki. It's a little bit of a fight here as BS. Okay, KKG will get finished off. Penta does go down to the vehicle explosion from SKZ, so that is STK out. But the fight's still going on here in Southern Pachinki.
And Rumbler's still 4 up as well. Only put 2 kills up. But a decent position to work from. You got them, so yeah, digging their heels in some of these buildings. Again, in a position though to clean up the I guess BBB, once they have to inevitably move further to the edge, Waldo might even falter. No, the last tick.
Man, Corsac had a great position there, but BBB sniffing it out, or maybe Corsac just not repositioning. Valiate, of course, Valiate is
it's
there.
dirty. It's
Where
dirty.
else would he be? Disgusting little spot for him. And
Wait, Corsac just got knocked? He dropped a nade.
Oh, no! To ice from miles away. He was in the sniper tower. Oh, no, that's so bad. For Corsac here, Valiate will drop the testing grenade. Oh, Sonics is just coming up and cleaning up Dragon on the south side here. I mean, we wondered playing that spot early. It seems like it's playing out pretty well for him. Valiate the grenade. It finds it. It finds the mark. Waldo will go down to the Molotov. Keenan, though, the last player up for bang, bang, boom. Valiate will spot him out. Goes for the flush. We'll find Keenan as well in the same spray. So Rumblers will lose 2, but they keep 2 alive.
Well, it's interesting, really, because the one thing about Sonic's position doesn't give them much in the mid game, but once all this pressure is alleviated, once the hillside is out, nobody can play the high ground. If you can last through that and keep 4 alive, this is where actually you have great access towards the center of the circle, because that road protects itself.
Yeah. I mean, it's oh, man. And they get the shift. Okay. I mean, it's wild to me that they just never got pressured. I mean, usually when you see teams play in that valley, they get pressure from both sides, really. And it seems like Sonic, I don't even think they ever took a knock from anybody. So Sonic's, they make the call early. It ends up paying off. We'll see if it can pay off in a win here as they get circle favor. They've got Rumblers with 2 coming out of Pachinki. Lethal Association are going to have to leave that ditch, and it looks like Sociopath already gets spotted up. But for fun, making moves here, Crop and Yaxley going for that high ground.
If they can wrap, actually, they could do some damage towards this Sonic setup before the circle closes. Yeah, you can see the nades coming in already. Yeah, Sonics don't even want to entertain it. That's a beautiful wrap by 4Funners, actually. It's the only thing feasibly they could do in this circle.
Really well done for Funners. Also, really good response on the part from Sonics. Not even
good disengagement. Wise to peel away from that. Yeah.
Heads up, IGLing coming out from them, and they already got 7 kills. Looking to add a few more to it here. Is for Funners with 1. They've got Rumblers just keyed in as they try to make their way out. Lethal Association, they're in a little bit of trouble as well. As I mean, they've got I don't think that any part of that trench really is still in circle. If it is, it's just the smallest bit. But right now, it seems like the entire lobby is keyed in on Rumblers trying to make their way down the road out of Pachinki.
Yeah, I don't even know if Rumblers have enough utility to make it towards that tractor. You see, that's the only thing really they've got to play towards. Yeah, trying to output some damage, but yeah, it's just a matter of time.
Well, Grant Landis will get the first knock there onto Valiate Los. Trying to see if he can maybe get close enough to get into grenade range to do a little bit of damage onto LA. See if they can keep from peeking. But 4Funners, I mean, you can see they're just free farming shots into that smoke. Los, we'll get the res onto Valiate, however, but there you go. The grenades starting to come in. The smokes are starting to die down, and that is bad news for Rumblers. Valiate, last one up here as Los has been spotted out, will get stolen away by Ice. And look at this. This is what I was wondering. Do they have the smallest little sliver?
Do. That's crazy. And now LA can actually come out, play towards the tractor. This is tough again for Sonics, because both teams should kind of keep them pressured in. I mean, if the best thing here is obviously if, well, I was going to say if LA run in the open here, which it looks like they're doing. I mean, they haven't got anything. Well, once these smokes expire, if they can't make a move, it's wraps.
Yeah, it's not great. You got 3 of Sonics looking uphill to make sure the 4Funners can't just free peek down onto them. And 1 of Sonics, I think, looking over towards Lethal Association, just eyes in both directions here as Sociopath will get spotted out by Tiggleton. Trimsy going to send a few through the smoke as well. And immediately turn their attention back. That smoke wall is just constantly being recycled here by Sonics to make this more difficult for funners.
Well, they've rode out the mid game, so all this utility is still available for them. They haven't had to lay down any defensive smokes. So that's definitely going to benefit them in the late game. LA actually get 4 back on their feet here. And the concern being, actually, if the smokes deplete, 4Funners will be able to pump some damage onto Sonics. I don't think LA are going to have a massive say in this end game, but the longer they survive, the harder it gets.
Here you go, Inland. Okay, he finds ice. And Sonics, looks like Shrimsy's starting to be a little bit more aggressive, working his way uphill. Inland will get spotted out by Tiggleton. And now Tig has spotted out Yaxley. It looks like the shots. Oh my God! Yaxley will go down to Mime as Tiggleton and Mime combine to get the knock here. And now Sonic's taking both fights at the same time, man. Oh my, come on, man. Shrimsy, you can't be doing that. Through the smoke?
Shrimsy looks as if he wants to get a little antsy uphill here. Again, capitalize on that knock that's come through. So many flashes coming through. Oh, Shrimsy just spots him.
Oh, he wants it so bad. He doesn't spot out Crop, though. Crop will trade it down. And that's actually Lethal Association gets everybody up. Once again, McLovin and Yaxley now the last 2 up. He's going to spot out each win just through the body of his teammate. Actually, McLovin playing this ridge to the best of their ability, but Lethal Association, remember, they got all their players back up now. They're 3-man pushing here. It's down to just H-Win as everybody just had Lethal Association written off. Hooligan with the ump will find Mime. And now Lethal Association from the ashes rising like a phoenix here to come and try to take this win away from ForFunners.
And again, they got the utility to do it as well. Hooligan now, the 6x ump. He's going to find the flush. Grant Lantis over the top finds. Yaxley just one left to find here. It's McLovin, Scar in hand. He's going to find the first knock, though.
Okay, 1v1, McLovin down to 43 HP, and Hooligan running a 6x ump is actually going to go for the res onto Grant Lantis here.
Hey, he's got the time. He's got
plenty of time. Lethal Association down to 2, but those 2 players' names are spelled in all caps. And this is exactly the type of play that I was expect from 2 players who spell their name in all caps, pushing with umps. It's gonna be Lethal Association with the 5-kill win. Improbable.
I mean, that's crazy. I don't think they come out as the points winner of this particular lobby, but what a way to close things out. I mean, everything was stacked against them. Like I said, the longer they survived it, the harder it became for Sonics or ForFunners to garner any sort of comfortable zone control there.
Just so
crazy. I can't believe their utility lasted that long. They had nothing. They had nothing to play from.
And remember, they were trying to fight their way out of that trench. So you would figure that when you've got Sonics and ForFunners just kind of shooting free farming down on you, would run out of smokes at some point. But apparently they stayed up long enough to where Sonics got 2 knocks and we're like, okay, now's the time to push on to ForFunners, and rightly so. I mean, Lethal Association was going to be distracted. Sonics just hoped that they could maybe push up over the top, clean up ForFunners, turn over to Lethal Association. By the time they got their res, easy peasy, right? But ForFunners didn't go down easy enough for Sonics to turn their attention over towards Lethal Association. In fact, ForFunners wins that fight against Sonics, and in the end, Lethal Association, like you said, survived.
They did. Again, it's kind of crazy to see Sonics commit to that, but it's also unfortunate. I mean, the timing is dreadful for them. The fact that Lethal Association get those reses back means that they're ultimately in a position, like I said, once those smokes on the hillside deplete for Sonics, and they used them perfectly in the start of that engagement. Unfortunately, at that point, it's Shrimsy comes up, he finds the first, Crop trades it back. I think at that point, that's the green light for Sonics to say, okay, we need to close this team fight out. Like we need to make something happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a tough fight. It was a very weird, tough fight, but ForFunners definitely proving to be a more difficult out than I think maybe we're expected. Well, we are bringing you even more Battle Royale madness as New State Mobile is launching the New State Mobile Mashup. So where you could play in weekly events hosted by your favorite influencers and qualify to play against them for a share of $250,000 in prize money. Check out all the details at esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup. Now, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready for our final game on Erangel. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are here once again to get you ready to go into game 3 of today's games. Now, we just saw Lethal Association pull off an improbable victory, Hypoc, on the back. It's got to be said, a 6x ump.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing too many of that nature again anytime soon. But
I wish.
I mean, what was the phrase we used earlier, right? The stars aligned for them in that scenario.
Indeed, they did. Well, let's take a look at some highlights from that last game that saw Lethal Association fight their way out of a ditch into the winners column here. Shoot to kill. Again, ran into some problems in rotation here, but still managing to collect kills.
Yeah, they did, and I think it's unfortunate the way in which they fell as well. Obviously, I don't even think Later knew where the shots were coming from until it was too late as well. The first two absolute freebies. Rumblers as well being the ones to clean up a lot of this pressure towards the end of, I guess, the Pachinki being shifted out. I'm not even sure what their kill count ended up being. It might have just been the 5 after this. I'm not even sure, but Sonics after a slow mid-game. But again, it was weird to see them in a position that usually is so heavily pressured. Seemingly holding on to it for free.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the stuff we've been seeing even going back to yesterday. I mean, we were talking about gas cans and how they were
you're right.
wide splits and not have really any pressure come onto them like we're used to seeing. Sonics being the beneficiaries of that time. There's our match standings after that last game. Lethal Association collect 15 points for themselves, but this one a little bit more spread out, not as top heavy as we've been seeing.
Definitely, yeah. This time around, 4 teams making it above double-digit points, and then Veritas and Rumblers actually picking up 9, respectively. So, much more spread. And this is the sort of thing that I guess for some of the teams lower down, looking to close the distance in terms of points overall. This is the sort of game that they're definitely hoping for, right? There's no real point sponge in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. As at least through this game, no point sponges.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I meant that previous match.
Yeah,
sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, like it's easy to see what you're trying to say there. Let's we take a look at the overall standings now that Group C has a couple of games in them. Highest placing Group C team so far, 300 over there in 13th place, but we do have 4 more to go here today. And Sonic's up there as well, 17 points through 2 games, not too shabby.
No, decent start. A much better game too, obviously, than what happened with the Zaki circle, but understandable. This was one that you ultimately look towards Sonics to capitalize on, with it being a favorable circle 1 posting for them.
Let's take a look at our top 5 overall damage dealers, and so far it's still those gas cans. We're not seeing them today, but the numbers they put up yesterday were absolutely obscene, and Kickstart right up there with them, man. The only one playing here today adding to their total is Honey Badger.
Yeah, I think actually, I was looking at the stats, I think in total gas cans yesterday, obviously before today's game started, they were a whole like 5,000 damage clear of the second place team. So they definitely put up some numbers yesterday, and obviously it's represented. Look at that consistency as well. We love to see that.
It's nuts, man. It's nuts. And to be fair, Adam, not too far below that. I think he was
No.
6th overall after that. So lest we think that Adam's not carrying his weight, he's absolutely doing so as we get ready to head into game number 3. Now, one more game on Erangel before we switch over to Miramar. Who needs to make a move now? I mean, I feel like STK, if they're going to try to make a run here to catch up for first, which... Does STK even want first? Do they believe in the group stage curse thing, don't they?
They are, yeah. They ever the superstitious team are STK. I think it's difficult as well with this being top 6. The cutoff is going to be hard to gauge just because of how yesterday went. It was so top heavy. Obviously, there was that kind of second cluster of teams were all within kind of 10 points of each other. But yeah, I mean, the bar here has got to be set. Obviously, it's their last set of games. They've got to really make a push, I guess, to be comfortable, right? You at least want to match gas cans yesterday. And even that would be a terrible day, considering if they only pick up 30-odd points here for STK. But that might just be enough, honestly.
And it's so hard to really get a proper gauge on what you think might be the cutoff for top 6 should be, just because of the fact that we've got so many heavy hitters that are hitting really hard right now, and a lot of those that are playing tomorrow. So if you're a group B team, that's this is your last day of play. I mean, it's really just go out, get everything that you could possibly find here in these last couple of games, and just I guess just sit around and hope for the best tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's never the comfortable thing, right? With this rotating, you kind of leave your mark on the lobby, and that's an uncomfortable day of viewing if you're not in a good spot.
Yeah. Nobody.
Oh, you
nobody wants to be
chuckling at
sitting there. I'm just thinking about what the watch party is going to be like. You know, if you do all this work, right, your SDK, and you bust your butt, and maybe slip a little bit in the last half of the day or whatever, and you find yourself kind of in top 6 at the end of the day, but now you're doing your watch party tomorrow, and you just, oh man, that just seems super stressful, and I don't think I would want to have to deal with it either.
I wouldn't be doing a watch party.
No,
to be honest.
No.
But I have no filter, so.
Also true. Yeah, I don't. Maybe with the team, maybe with the boys, but watch party with everybody. I don't know about that.
I tend not to be sweating bullets at parties I go to, so it wouldn't be really much of a lively party.
At least not at the beginning. You know, towards the end of the night, maybe. Who knows?
Kind of sus.
Hey, look, I've gone partying with you before. All right. You can lie to yourself. You can't lie to me.
What's the team's down on Sosnovka, actually?
Yeah, they
As we change the subject.
Probably one of the worst planes that we've seen so far this tournament. Yeah, I mean that was
no. Yesterday, the one that was like hard, where it came like across Quarry and still ended up like above North George. The one that was just hard west.
Yeah, that one wasn't great.
Oh,
I might have been the hospital games. There you go. All right. Well, look, hey, if nothing else, at least it's not another weird circle. So it seems like both maps are delivering one wheels off circle a day. Today it was the Zarky circle in game 1. Next 2 maps on Erangel, fine. Miramar wasn't very nice to us yesterday, though.
Do we see the epic battle for chopsticks again? Do we see the same 3 teams commit here? Veritas not in a position to get their sharpish, that's for sure. ADR as well down towards Primorsk.
Dare I dream is I mean, we might see it's going to be revisited though. I
mean, there will be a fight for chopsticks. That's a given in this circle.
It's going to happen regardless. Now, who's it going to be? I mean, Nerf's obviously feeling pretty good about himself around the chopsticks area, but he's all the way down in Milliberries right now.
Guys, send it. Let's go. 3 minutes out.
Have we reawoken the beast of Nerf? Look at him.
Oh, we got a nice little flyover as well.
Oh, it's beautiful. Just
scene of the crime.
Just the scene of the crime, indeed. As yeah, one of the more ridiculous fights that we've seen in that last game, but we'll see if we get it revisited here. Dead center this time, so I don't.
Yeah, again, and it's interesting as well here with how split. I think it's Lethal Association, right, that are kind of split across that area of the map, at least early on. The problem being that there's a couple of really key areas to control. Whether or not they can kind of condense from their loot phase quick enough. Well, we know Sonics are going to be heading out in the next 60 seconds or so. Not going to make anything harder for themselves, at least in terms of getting towards center. But again, STK, as they actually pop up on screen, they have good access to a couple of these points I'm talking about. Obviously, over towards Radio Tower and everything east of that. Gatka itself, is that still just one player over there? I mean, typically at this point, you'd want to see somebody towards Liquid and somebody towards Gatka.
Yeah, it looks like Lethal Association. They've got one over in Gatka. They're sending everybody else over to the Chopsticks, really. Yes, looks like SDK sending 2 in, not going to Everest just yet. I expect to see maybe somebody from SDK go up to Everest just to scout. Not a full commit really, but just to kind of see what they can spot out down here. Other thing I'm keeping an eye on, as we saw yesterday, or last game, not yesterday, but 300 losing one early to Dodge. You know, we're talking about that little song and dance, that little psychological warfare going on with these teams that loot around that coast. And 300 playing a lot more carefully this time around. They actually sent one over to that same compound so that they would have two over there. And Dodge, for their part, just didn't even show interest. So it's mostly just them kind of flexing, saying, you know, we could do this at any time. And oh no, nade God. The rest of the boys are here though. A full-on fight. A shark fin in C1. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Add it to the list. We're gonna get that bingo card going.
Man, so many.
Also, sorry, did you just call this shark fin?
Not shark fin. I'm sorry. This is a
God compound.
Yeah, God compound.
Get it together.
I always thought it looked like a shark fin. Whatever. Shark fin
wrong.
is down on the coast. Well, I'm not wrong. It does look like a shark fin. Somebody called it a wicked pet. That is, oh my God, Cater. Okay. The boy's sick with it with the SLR, and McLovin kind of all by himself here. He actually has been spotted out too. So for Funners, kind of up against the wall here, while Train to Go does a slow surround on the rest of them. Wait, McLovin's nowhere near this. Or wait, not McLovin, Colton. Or not, wait, what am I looking at?
What are you looking
Crop.
at?
I can't make out his name because their tag is gray. He's on the coast. The fourth player of Four Funners is on the coast. That's the moral of the story here. I can't see the white names through the gray. It's killing me. All right, Cater gets traded back. Will not get flushed out though. Stay alive here as nade God decides to try to push up, take this 1v1 with Ice. Ice probably hears the footsteps. nade God tries to throw the flash. That's going to go off the roof. That one will land. And if he can get over there in time, and he
Well
will.
played.
Ice down as nade God pushing on a well-placed Molotov. There you go. Flashbang Crop has now joined the party as the res has come through on Yaxley, but he'll go down again as Cater slowly bleeding out here. Looks like we'll get rezzed. Okay, they'll be able to reset. Yaxley should be revived as well as Crop. We'll send a few grenades in and let TTG know that there is now somebody on the other side.
That's
Oh, no.
damage coming back onto Crop actually from afar. That's ADR trying to hassle Four Funners. They try and deal with TTG. Stello's still knocked over here. I'm not sure actually who even got that, but McLovin looks. No, McLovin's still in the building, so
Yeah.
well, this flush should come through now. Whether or not TTG are going to able to, no, they can't make moves south to stop this.
No, I'm pretty sure Stello came up over the top. McLovin got the knock, and then now he's screaming to Crop, "Hey, go flush this, get the point," and we'll do so.
Yeah.
So at least get one here, as the rest of TTG can't respond. Crop will loot up a few more supplies off of Stello's broken, beaten body. As Fahihi and nade God, looks like nade God going to try to go for the rooftop position here. It'd be dirty if Four Funners is not expecting it.
Yeah, things will slow down now, but again, nobody really winning out in this scenario. Not a compound you want to share. This is really, I mean, yes, you could argue it's favorable in Circle 1, but for Circle pulls this way, you want to have the freedom to be able to pressure anybody in the surrounding area. With two of Four Funners still inside the compound, that's not possible for Train to Go.
Yeah, it's in that you're in that weird spot if you're trying to go here now that you've lost Stello. Is you know you have the advantage in the fight because you've taken out two of them, but you also don't want to take that risk of losing anybody else now that you're down to three. As we take a look at the overall view here, Rumblers doing something. What is that? Los got left behind. I'm not sure. Maybe a brief DC there, but. Rest of Rumblers trying to go over that east side, but unfortunately for them, Veritas thinking the same thing. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Here's Nootropic. Hello Senpai peeking up over that ridge. Going to take a nice little shot in the face from Honey Badger. We'll have to pull back away. Looks like he should be able to escape before the rest of BBG arrives over here on that Chicky Hill. Oh, okay. Sweaty moment there for Hello Senpai.
will be tagged up to 39 HP, but just about crests the hill to avoid any further damage. Rest of Nootropic down at the compound, so Hello Senpai will return to safety. Rumblers still in blue here, cautious of their cross to the north, and Veritas.
Oh, there's a bridge. Found it. Yeah,
Veritas were aware of this and planning on being able to stop the cross, but Waldo's going to have good information here. Veritas could become the team that gets bridge camped here.
Yeah, Valley 8, I'm keeping an eye on him on the map here to see if he stops at any point on that bridge. It looks like he's just going to continue sending it and pushing through, but so Veritas maybe dodging a literal bullet there as Rumblers getting there just a little bit too early, or a little bit too late, really, to set up a decent bridge camp for Veritas. And now the rest of Rumblers are going over again, back over towards the west bridge. So a little bit of confusion and
look at
craziness.
That circle.
That is you love it. You love quarry circles. You were just saying earlier in game one how much you enjoy and appreciate a quarry circle.
Nope. Nootropic in 300 actually crossed it past it. You can see the jousting will commence. It'll actually be Hello Senpai to open things up, but SDK here. Vision on a couple of rotations, but no real action going to break out just yet.
Yeah, looks like they were stopping down and maybe get an eye on Sonics, but looks like ADR going to be the one that does the most damage here. As Win will get knocked and flushed. Sonics trying to send it into this compound, not realizing that ADR already had a hold. Reno working on that rooftop, J all day on the low side. The rest of Sonics have arrived, though, and it looks like ADR is going to try to regroup around. They're going to send Greta the Goat back over here to join. Reno! What a grenade from Shrimsy right in his lap as Reno gets spotted down. Now, Innate hasn't arrived just yet, but Greta is now in the building. We'll see if she can provide some decent support here for Jay all day. They've got the smoke wall laid down just to try to slow the push and maybe get some support from Innate as well.
The problem being Sonics have already got 3 into the building opposite. You can already see there on the x-ray as well. Mime has donned a shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
Again, another scenario where this isn't really a compound you want to be sharing. This will kind of keep the shackles on Sonics being able to really have much of a say in this. They have already lost one, so whether or not they are going to resort to maybe a slower play style here, I guess difficult to push out. I mean, they call it the unpushable for nothing.
No. A lot of teams bleeding early here, as you see on that leaderboard. A lot of gray bars, 1 gray bar, 2 gray bars. These, teams have just been running into each other early and often here, down to 55 alive. And we'll see if Nootropic can spot out or sniff out this BBB. Not even a rotation, just kind of holding court on the top of that hill. They've sent Roth to the north side of Quarry, so that could be a decent 3-1 split, at least for nothing else, for information for Bing Bang Boom. Meanwhile, this fight's still developing, as Sonics would absolutely love to clear this out, but it's a very, very risky push.
It is, yeah, and having already lost one, it does make it more difficult to justify. I don't think ADR are in a position to do anything either. Innate, obviously, a little bit disconnected. He can provide a little bit of oversight if the push is coming, but looks like they will agree to coexist for the time being.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dirtier and dirtier.
See, it's all because you said it, man. You said you didn't want to see it, so that's what we're going to see.
I said I hate to see it.
You hate to see it? Well, hate away, my friend, because this is what we're getting. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like, I feel like Innate was trying to make that push over to join the rest of his team, but got spotted out by either TTG or For Funners when they weren't worrying about each other. Send a few shots over towards Innate. Now, meanwhile, SDK hop in the vehicles. They're going to pull right next to Sonics. Sonics will stop down from flexing their muscles over at ADR and barking menacingly to take a few shots at SDK.
Well, This is problematic though, because it's another team now that's going to have sight lines on Sonic, so I feel like they're all but stuck in that compound now. Actually, ADR get out. Look at that.
No. ADR actually do get out. Okay, they pull away. So Sonic's won the battle for that compound.
Yeah.
We'll
Big win.
call it
Big win.
Meanwhile, Lethal Association tried to make a crash into this. Unfortunately, Grant Landis goes down as he hops out of the vehicle just a little bit too early. Let's see if Sociopath can get the res on while the smokes are down. SDK, though, trying to make that hard push in. Penta with the high ground will hold the edges while the rest of the boys try to make the push in. Smoke walls being refreshed as this is looking like throwable central here for shoot to kill. But Alo, nothing in the bag right now. I'm wondering if Kurt forced him to give it all over to him. Maybe, I don't know. Well, look at this position from Luke 12 here.
This is difficult, really, because Lethal Association have to commit to just hoping SDK kind of slip up on the way in. Sociopath actually a ton of damage with that nade onto Luke.
That did way more damage than I was thinking it might. This is popped off right above Luke 12's head, and looks like SDK. I mean, they're really leaning into Penta here to let them know if they can spot anything out, if they can figure out where these guys are hiding. But two in each warehouse is going to be tough, man. And there's so many little corners you can hide behind. Alo will open things up, though, find Sociopath, and now Grant Lannis is all by himself, and it looks like SDK realizing that they're going to try to make the push in. Alo will go down, but Kurt there for the trade. Actually, Loot there for the trade. We'll find that one. Penta will find Hooligan as well. So Alo should be resable here. Grant Lannis will get flushed down, and now Inland actually
Senpai.
spotted by Hello Senpai, the third party coming through.
SDK will fully recover as everybody gets themselves situated now. This is where the game will definitely slow down a little bit. Depending on where the circle goes, actually. Yeah, it's going to pull right on Quarry.
Of course it is.
Yeah, of course it is.
Of course it is. Well, looks like TTG and For Funners are going to have to finally come to...
Yep, I was going to say, yeah. Funnily enough, they are still sharing God Compound.
Yeah, sure. Well, okay. For Funners are moving out on foot at least, so... we'll see if TTG gets a whiff of that. On that east side, dodging Rumblers, vying for that high ground. Dragon eating a little bit of blue damage, and they're going to send it right into the warehouses. They have no idea what's waiting for them here. As STK, the grenade comes through, bounces off. Alo will find one. Alo will find two. And Dragon Gaming is eliminated just like that.
Another couple of kills delivered to the front door for SDK. Rumblers over on the east side. As if they want to get aggro towards Dodge here. I don't know, Ethan knows he's been spotted here. I think, yeah, he's just perfectly LOSing Valley 8 right now. Seen Dodge play this position in a similar circle previously in ESL. This time around, though, they've got to make moves west.
Yeah, this kind of feels like one of those fights where neither team really wants to fully commit to it, but they also feel like, you know, we got to take shots. We got to try to see if we can secure our position here a little bit better. It's like both of them are actually going to disengage, pull away as we check in with For Funners. They're going for the sneaky plays. They're going for seeing if they can maybe catch TTG slipping. As McLovin, I think, was getting shot in the back. I might have been Tilt Town, or is that ADR? Greta the Goat kind of sending shots over in that direction, but Tilt Town is kind of right between them, so I'm not really sure who's being shot at here.
As Lost actually going to open up onto High Command. Well, that's going to be the go signal here. Is it's weird engagement. Shrimsy's actually going to find Cherry all the way over from the compound. Rumblers look a little hesitant here. I mean, it's not a pretty push, that's for sure. With some damage coming from afar, they have to be wary of that.
Well, Finna on the edge of that smoke line actually has a little bit of a ridge to work with as well. But now STK is going to spot out Waldo, and that's going to be 2 down for Rumblers. And STK just farming off of that. For Funners will get eliminated in the process as TTG did not fall for the bait. Ethan Cherry Finna still up for Dodge. Now Valiant and Corsac left to pick up the pieces for Rumblers. Actually, I'm not sure if Four Funners didn't go down without a fight here, as they did some pretty good damage onto TTG. Adrenaline, meanwhile, now have to push right into Tilt Town, and 8 will get taken down. Greta will trade back onto Talaj. Islo has the hard cover of the Dacia for now. The Molly will come through. No grenades, though, to be found, as the offensive utility a little bit lacking for both of these squads here. Jay all day trying to make the push, gets them low. We'll spot out the PCs. There it is. Clean stuff from Jay, as Savage now the last one up for Tilt Town.
Gonna make a response early on here. That's actually Fee here over the top. We'll find a good spray onto Greta. Again, TTG finally making their move out from God Compound. 6 kills on the board though, so can't really fault them. You can find anything else, it's all but a bonus.
Not at all there.
Up, though.
Oh, yep. He's going to have to pull back down here. JLD doing a good job of protecting his down teammate. Trying to see if he can hold off the push from TTG for the time being. Going to go for the res while the smoke's still blooming. TTG, meanwhile, will heal up. Looks like they spotted out Mafu from BSO. They want to clean this up as quickly as possible. Start making their way into this next circle. We'll spray through the smoke. We'll find one. We'll find 2 Fee. Nade God actually going to be the one to get credit, but Fee had the beautiful angle onto that.
Nice little spray there. TTG, you haven't really got too much time to work with in terms of recovery. And we'll burn up a little bit of utility here as well. Hoping they can replenish that from the loot boxes. Circle pulling ever closer to Quarry. Sonics will be the last team really on the, I guess, the north side out of this circle other than Dodge, or the remnants of Dodge, I should say.
No. Here's the battle for the southern rim here, BBG. Colton's pushed way off to the west, maybe keeping an eye on Veritas, making sure that they're going to wrap off to the north. Looks like they will, so they'll have to pull back down. I think they may have spotted out Valiant or have an inkling that Valiant might be down there. They do need to be careful because STK trying to push out. Looks like he spotted out Val, and yep, there you go. Honey Badger will get that one confirmed and in the bag for BBG. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom on the north side, having to deal with what's left of Black Sheep Office. KKG.
Oh, wait, that doesn't spread.
Oh, it just falls short of him. And he will pull away as BSO trying to stay alive in this one. CTG try to send it, and Keenan in a perfect spot to spray down.
And the nade should be money as well, but he actually gets tagged away. It's Lobes and Nerf.
Oh, Keenan down.
BBB have just taken 2 knocks.
BBB in a little bit of trouble. Things were looking so good just moments ago, and TTG try to go for the res on the fee. He just miss it, and they'll be down to 2. Roth, see if he can get Sharp Shot back up. Keenan's still on an island while Olis is holding, making sure that nobody pushes any further into them. And it looks like they'll spot out Nerf. Nerf was the lead player here for Veritas. Sharp Shot back on his feet.
Shoots a kill. 8 kills on the board as well. Still 4 strong. The victors of the east side of Quarry for the time being, but back to BBB. You do get everybody back on their feet.
Nice reset.
I'm wondering, actually, yeah, how many of Veritas are left? Is it 3? Yeah, it's still 3.
Looks like 3, yeah. Looks like they were able to get the res onto Nerf, so back up to 3 strong. TTG fighting their way up from that low ground, but there's a lot of teams right around there. Roth will spot out J-Sank. That will... Actually, Nerf going to try to go for this res. A really ambitious res here, though. Molly will fall just short as Lobes has gotten a little bit further in, had to pull back to heal up a little bit. That one's going to be right on the money, though. Sharp Shot. We'll find J-Sank, and now Nerf slowly burning down here as he will at least get to the tree. Overhead view. Looked like Cater was right on top of him, but he's still on that low side of the cliff. Meanwhile, Sonics in vehicles make the push in under the fire of Dodge. Looks like Shrimps gets knocked low, but won't go down.
Yeah, that cross to the high ground actually couldn't come at a better time. I think BBB have read the situation and maybe even heard the vehicles pull up. They need to prevent them from getting up on top of Quarry here. Force them into Dodge's line of sight. I don't know if Dodge actually are playing on the backside of the hill, so there's a really awkward exchange here over on the northwest side of Quarry.
Oh, it is. Olis is going to go down. Roth will peek around the rock at the perfect time. Shrimsy, though, doing some big damage, but it's down to just 1 as Sonics lose. Oh, no,
the
Shrimsy! Shrimzy's still in it, but will go down to Sharp Shot. But look at the damage that Sonics was able to do in just a matter of seconds. Can BBB get all of these reses up? Nerf.
Keenan's going to be a tough one. He's got to go for Keenan immediately.
Oh, okay. I thought the wall and the smoke was going to be a problem, but we'll get there in time. Okay.
10 kills.
10 kills for Bing Bang Boom, as they have finally woken up here. And they should be able to reset. Now, Nerf is still up there. We've seen Nerf do some pretty sneaky solo stuff in the past. He does have lobes, but, I mean, they're so separated at this point, they might as well just be playing 2 solos.
Actually, Halo going to find the tags onto Vegas.
He will.
Honey Badger can't respond just yet, but BBG backs against the blue right now. That nade, we absolutely posted from Kurt.
Beautiful from Kurt. As Colton has this high ground position, he's got to still pay attention over towards Dodge. They will lose out on Vegas. Honey Badger going to try to go for the res on a Gats. It looks like he should be able to, as Pretty Curdy will be pulling back to the rest of his team. Damage done, though. As, it will flush out Vegas, and okay, yeah, he's like, give me more. I want more.
Give me more
please.
nades. Give me more nades.
I need them. All right, he'll hold off for right now, as we'll see Nerf will get flushed out by Keenan. The grenade, so it's just down, I believe, to nope. Lobes is out as well, so Veritas completely out, as the circle will push up to the north here and favor Dodge and Bing Bang Boom. Actually, Bing Bang Boom with that high ground, they are completely keyed in here onto Dodge.
Ooh, a couple of tags from Sharp Shot there with the Finner. Might even be able to send a nade over the top. It's optimistic. I don't think that's going to come anywhere close, but respect the effort.
That's why he's got 13 smokes.
Yep.
Try to get a little bit closer next time. Colton from across the way gets a knock on to Keenan. Neff, 1 HP. Barely survives the aggression from BBG, but BBG has to make a move here. Hello Senpai will find Honey Badger. Gats trying to lead in with some grenades here. Colton finds another one, as we'll find one onto Hello Senpai. Leda and Seneca will be just out of range here as Dodge try to make the push in. Roth knocked low, but not out. Dodge not having enough utility to throw. Multiple fights going on here as Colton will get flushed out. Gats trying to make that push. Will survive just long enough to get in to the rocks, but Hello Senpai now down. Gats, can he do anything as a solo here? We'll spot out Senix. Does some damage, but won't get the knock.
Himself stuck in a similar problem as before.
Just been a problem.
Yeah. Don't smoke those stables.
No, indeed. Okay, the fight's still going on the north side here. As Dodge and Bing Bang Boom squaring up. Luke 12 starting to creep up over there, though, so STK might be getting involved shortly. Gats will get finally spotted out. Nefahor taken down as well. 300 down to just Richie. As SDK looks like they're trying to creep up here to see if they can third party onto this Bing Bang Boom Dodge fight. And good grenade from Ethan. We'll find
Sharp
just
shot.
like that. Sharp Shot cleans up what's left of Dodge.
Puts them on 16 kills as well. Should be able to get back to 4 strong. SDK now have to submit to the low ground. This could be a BBB farm in the end game here. There's only another 6 kill points to find, but they're definitely in a position to make the best of it. Halo's going to steal that one. Whap, whap, whap.
I mean, Richie had 6 bandies. That's all he had. It was just a matter of time. But SDK, I mean, look, they're definitely in the driver's. Well, I don't even know if they're in the driver's seat here now. They've got this low ground. Bing Bang. Look at the split immediately after cleaning up Dodge and resetting. Bing Bang Boom going for the big wide surround, using that high ground to their advantage here. Shoot to kill, have 11 kills already. It's been a good game for them so far, but Bing Bang Boom is putting together an absolute barn burner right now.
I mean, not in the driving seat, but with that new circle, yes, they now have the advantage. I don't think they have much of a say on pressuring BBB before this closes, but if it comes to the star, look where it's ending. It's just a matter of time for SDK, and unfortunately, Keenan going to find an angle onto Luke. That could complicate things for them. A little overzealous there from Luke.
Shots right now. Big trade coming through from Alo. We'll do about equal damage to each other, but Keenan's like, maybe I won't peek that from that same angle once again. We'll peek it from a different angle next time.
Could see our first 20-kill banger here.
I mean, it could. It's right there. Okay.
That's 19.
19.
Oh, that's
now.
18, sorry.
18. Okay, yeah, Penta Solo Scenic, so
yeah.
18. So if Bing Bang Boom get this win, it'll be with 20 kills, and that'll be a 30-point game for Bing Bang Boom if they can pull it off here. It's not by any means going to be easy. You're going to try to push it. Oh my God!
What? That was disgusting. How? That was absolutely disgusting.
Filthy stuff from Oldless. Penta now all by himself, down to half HP. Bing Bang Boom knows exactly where he is. Oldless going to try to go for the push. Waiting to see if Penta will maybe give him gonna make it easy for him. Nope, he won't. Oldless will get it, and Bing Bang Boom with the 20-kill, 30-point chicken dinner.
What a banger. Began to come in here on their first day. They put that up here on the last game of Erangel. That is crazy. What a performance from these guys.
I mean, look, call it what it is. It has not been a good first 2 games for Bing Bang Boom.
Oh, nope.
But if you want to reset, a 20 kill win is a pretty damn good way to reset.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's going to throw them right up. I'm trying to think actually of some of the teams that barely even got to 30 points on the day yesterday. It should catapult them right towards the left side of the leaderboard. And I'm talking about the overall leaderboard.
I'm still tripping over that Oldless spray.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Alo's still wondering where he got shot from. He's like, did he shoot me through the wall? What happened? I don't know. That was just absolutely disgusting. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that last game. It definitely provided a lot of action there towards the end, but oh my God, I forgot about that Shrimpsy grenade.
Yeah, Reno just ate that.
That was disgusting. Hey, I mean, look, it was the SDK show fighting for that eastern part of the quarry there from early on, but Bing Bang Boom, man, holding on to that north side of the quarry was just in fights nonstop, and they just kept winning them.
I feel like
they won at one point.
They got knocked like 18 times between the 4 of them as well. Like, I feel like there were so many times it was like there's 2 up for BBB, there's 1 up for. But this was the scenario. It came down to 1 person standing.
I mean, Shrimsy almost put them on their backs right here, as he did everything he could, man. Oh, so good from Sonics, but clean stuff from Bing Bang Boom. They able to get everybody back on their feet and hold off the push from Dodge here too, off the back of Sharp Shot, man. Sharp Shot just clean. This is what I'm talking about. Oh my God, just filthy with the red dot too, man.
Shooting laser.
How do you even see him with the red dot? I don't know. I'm jealous of Zoomer eyesight, man. I do. I have terrible eyes.
I could see him plain as day.
Of course you could. Well, he was X-rayed, so. But Bing Bang Boom, what a fantastic win for them. SDK though, with this, what we're talking about, right? They're in the process of trying to run and catch up with gas cans. They needed to have a game like this here on Erangel with 3 more to go on Miramar. If they could set themselves up for a little push here, that should be pretty nice.
Yeah, it definitely will. And again, it's always nice to end Erangel with a very kill-heavy game, because we know that playstyle suits a little better on Miramar.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that last game. See just how much everybody was able to get. 30 points. There it is from Bing Bang Boom, a 20 bang. I don't think when's the last time we saw a 20 kill game? It's
United. What are you on about? United got one at ESL.
Yeah, it was. Oh,
we got 23 kill.
I'm stupid. Yep, United popped off, but okay, there you go. Bing Bang Boom will deliver us our first one here for PCS6, and
yeah, there you go.
Kill right behind him.
Nice save. Nice save.
Yeah, you liked it. You liked it. Hey, Nootropic with 10 points. Train to Go looked damn good that game, actually. I mean, outside of being stuck in the God Compound fight for
yeah, and again, that's the sort of game you don't really expect to see from a team like that, but I mean, they're sat in 9th overall right now. It's not a terrible place to be. Certainly not comfortable by any stretch of the means. I mean, they need a really big game though for that to make any sort of difference. They need a big game, and it needs to be a win, like a double digit kill win.
Yeah, I mean, if they're trying to make a run for that top 6 spot, go ahead.
Just quickly, Bing Bang Boom, I said it was going to catapult them to the left side of the leaderboard. It puts them in 8th on 42 points. They're within 5 points of actually getting to Dodge in 6th.
It's wild. Off of a 30-point game, man. See, all you got to do is get a 30-banger.
Yeah, I mean, just drop 20 kills, win a game, qualify.
Come on, guys. It's not that hard. Look at this. Bing Bang Boom can do it. But yeah, I mean, as things kind of progress, it is worth keeping an eye over there onto that left side of the leaderboard, looking at that top 6, and then further down, looking at 7 through 14 to see who might set themselves up for that LCQ. Now, remember, Group B, this is their last day of play, right? So teams like Train to Go, every point that they can get as far as they can climb in, if they can't even make it to top 6, that's fine, as long as you can secure yourself at least in that 7 through 14 spot.
Yeah, it's again, it doesn't feel comfortable settling for such a small margin of the LCQ, but I mean, you got to put up what you can. And like I said, if you're not in a position really to have a massive game, you've definitely got to secure the second objective, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's at least you got an objective that's fairly clear, right? Although, how clear can it really be whenever you've got another day of games to play with some pretty big hitters in the lobby, trying to figure out where that top 6 cutoff is. We were already talking about that 7 through 14 cutoff, also going to be a little bit wonky to see. But 3 games left on the day. We'll see if they can try to collect a few more points for themselves and really kind of secure themselves a spot in that top 7. Now, SDK, we were talking about it. They had to make a run here. I believe it was 1 point behind Gas Cans right now.
No way.
It's close.
Really? Did I miss
I'm pretty
that?
sure Gas Can's still in first, but yeah, I think SDK now like 1 or 2 points behind Gas Cans. They're over 90 at this point.
Well, fair play. I mean, it said that they at least need to match Gas Cans. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they get themselves to 92 overall. Wow. For some reason, I thought that said 82, but I guess I need to get my eyes checked, even though I saw him through the window there.
Yeah, and kind of back and looking at that leaderboard, Sonic's on that right side of the leaderboard through 3 games. Again, not the end of the world. Still got plenty of games left to play, but would like to see them kind of turn things up here on Miramar at the end of the day, especially considering we were talking about going in. Erangel has been their stronger map.
Yeah, they had a slow start in ESL though, and managed to recover effectively. So the fact that we're not aiming for the win here, it's the qualification that matters. I'm not necessarily concerned just yet. No.
I mean, obviously not concerned. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sonic's going to make it.
There's copium right there.
Copium, sure. We'll call it copium if you want to call it copium. But I said I was keeping an eye on Sonics today, and I've been keeping an eye on Sonics, and I expected a little bit more out of the Erangel games. But again, they were stronger on Erangel in the regionals. When we got to the grand finals of ESL, they were equally strong on both maps. So hopefully whatever dust was present for Miramar as they were in regionals during ESL has been completely shaken off now. We'll see them kind of turn things up here as we are getting ready to head into game number 4, our first game here on Miramar.
Really, I was taking a scroll back through yesterday's games. I mean, that's actually with Gas Cans having such a crazy performance on Miramar. It's difficult, really, of other teams that were present yesterday to say actually who are the ones that really stand out to you here in this lobby.
It's hard, man. It's tough because, like you said, I mean, Gas Cans was pretty dominant throughout yesterday's Miramar games, at least. And if it wasn't Gas Cans, it was kind of United, wasn't it? We saw Attack 8 got a win, but that was kind of a compound win more than anything. Taking nothing away from them. They still have Shoot to Kill still found themselves 20 kills on Miramar yesterday, so they were looking to remain. I think actually it's a pretty even split between Erangel and Miramar for Shoot to Kill yesterday. So to say they had that big game on Erangel where they clutched up the 2v4, STK remained active through Miramar, so maybe looking to repeat that here. I'm scrolling through the list again. BBG 14 kills, Veritas 13. In terms of points, obviously, without the winners standing out, there's not much really. Like I said, the gap was so
big with gas cans picking up 39 kills on Miramar. It's hard really to credit much to the others.
Sure. And again, that was a day that saw two really kind of tough circles to play around. We had that game one which hugged super far east. We were actually thinking it might cut to the island. It was looking like the ones that I've seen cut to the island were pretty far east.
I thought, you know what? Actually, yeah. Looking at the kills, like, because none of the winners stand out, and then I look at the average placement on Miramar yesterday. Gas cans 1.33 average placement. Tactical 8 as well, 2.6 average placement. Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, the only other one there is United Shoot to Kill. Obviously, Shoot to Kill being the one playing today, and that's 5 average placement of 5th yesterday. So 20 kills and 5th average placement. It's not a terrible day at all.
Yeah. Well, we get a new brand of weird circle here as we're cutting up to El Pozo. Looks like Nootropic looting up in the city. Dragon right off the side. Bang, bang, boom. What is this?
What is this?
That is Dango getting caught out. They're getting a little bit close to 300 there, unfortunately.
Sometimes you just got to pull up.
There are so many teams down by Los Leones right now. Now, I know a lot of that is probably because of playing. But, man, it is stacked and packed right around that area. So I guess I can't really fault Dango for getting caught out there. But, man, that is a heavy Los Leones side of the map right now as we check in with Roth from Bing Bang Boom. Now they have a split going on around Monte Nuevo, taking up a lot of real estate here. Nobody really close just yet, but this is the kind of stuff it feels like when we've been referencing over and over again, where you talk about the STK and how they were talking about how other teams play, maybe teams that they're not so used to. Just being slower, being in places where they're not really expecting people to be, right? Dragon being way off over there. 4 teams over in Los Leones, I think we were talking to Gunner earlier, and he was talking about why are we running into people in the blue at 10 minutes to fight? Like it's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, and these are the sorts of, we keep talking about that word keeps cropping up, right? Anomalies and strange variables. When we kind of throw in some of these open teams, that's what makes it difficult for some of the teams that are more established and, like I said, rely on a lot of the assumed understandings, right? There are certain rotation paths that go unpunished, and I mean, I don't want to say, well, no, I'm going to say it. Smarter teams will avoid that early game engagement, right? But if it keeps cropping up, you get instances where SDK will set up to a camp it. They might do that one out of 3 to 5 games, but it definitely makes it harder because these are all obstacles that can be a real mixed bag.
Oh boy!
No way. Okay.
Yes way. Well, Keenan will find Flax. The rest of Dragon not there just yet. We'll see if SKZ wants a piece. Looks like he does. Charging in. Flax probably saying, look, it's one guy. It's one guy. Go ahead and send it in. Nice hold from Keenan. Pre-firing the angle. Actually gets SKZ down to half. Sharp shot now arriving in support. Good grenade from Keenan will find its way out. Won't find the damage onto SKZ. But now Dragon needs to start thinking about this one. Okay, do we really want to take this fight?
The answer's no, if you were wondering.
Yeah. I mean, your window to escape this and not have to deal with this nonsense is closing rapidly as the rest of Bing Bang Boom has arrived.
He missed him on the door here. Oh, he's going to swing it open. Will he see it? Keenan didn't spot him. No way.
The sneakiness from SKZ. I mean, apparently Dragon still does want this. I mean, like you said, they have plenty of time to escape this should they so decide. But they're one to take it. Lemon squeezy. Looks like Shirky going to go for the high ground angle here. SKZ just going to play the anchor man, listen for the footsteps, try to feed that information over to the rest of the boys, let them know what's going on. But keep in mind, Old is still playing outside of this compound. Could wrap around, could spot out SKZ at any point here. I think SKZ starting to realize there's a few more angles here to have to watch than we're maybe comfortable with.
At this point, as time drags on here, it gets worse and worse for Dragon. And yep, Shirky will be found. Lemon Squeezy takes a ton of damage here. The Molotov will land. If it does, that's here. Well, Sharpshot going to find the knock anyway. SKZ will get cleaned up as well. BBB continue their dominance early on here, find themselves 4 kill points to start off the first game on Miramar.
There you go. Yep. I mean, and oh
That's
no,
disgusting. That
Hooligan
is
with the high ground spot. Never even looked. Would you ever even look up here?
No, well, I mean, after seeing that, yeah, every time.
Now I will, sure. Man, Tig, the unfortunate victim of some pretty sneaky placement there from Hooligan. The rest of Sonics will just vibe on the hillside over here. Now playing with 3. You know, talking about where we were talking about people being in places that you're maybe not expecting. I mean, it works both ways too, doesn't it? I mean, you talk about a team like Dragon, maybe not so used to playing in lobbies with these top teams. That surround, that push that they were trying to set up to do on Bing Bang Boom, you got to imagine it works in the lobbies that they're used to playing in, right? Like,
Sure,
setting themselves up for those off angles.
Difference being though, you give a team like Bing Bang Boom 20 to 30 seconds, and when a fight stalls out like that, and they're way more efficient in terms of the movement, in terms of how they know when to expect these peaks, when the utility drains out, what sort of things are going to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. It's definitely tough. Teams coming in to the top level here. It's a shock, a rude awakening, as it were. And Dragon going to find out that time as we check in with Rumblers, trying to make their way west of Pozo, coming in from the south side. Very wide split they've got going on here. Kind of similar to what we were seeing from Gas Cans yesterday, where they just go for a lot of information gathering here early on with their backs up against the wall.
The kill feed light up a lot, and again, I think this is one that lots of teams going to be making a mad dash towards the northwest side of the map, whether or not they're just crossing paths here. But it's down to 58 already before the 9-minute marker. Whether or not that's going to continue, I mean, if it goes to a Pozo circle, then yes, it will continue.
Yeah, it should. I mean, worth noting that the north side of this circle is barren. I mean, your northernmost team is STK, and they're starting to push in just off to the west of El Pozo. El Pozo basically center. So all that stuff to the north, Crater Field, Trailer Park, all those hills to the north side of El Pozo, the city of El Pozo itself, at this point, pretty barren. We wait and see where this Circle 2 shift decides to go. A lot of people anticipating it's going to be south of Pozo, maybe around Monty. Like Sonics have given up on the hills. They've gone and taken bricks, which is definitely a position of power in circles like this. Should that Circle 2 decide to cut that way, everybody mostly just gaining information, man. Long range shots. That's the name of the game right now.
Well, you're going to figure out there's lots of space surrounding him and no real surprises of where he's located. BBG elsewhere. Just on the outside of La Triera, whether or not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one stings. Because there's such a huge chunk of this with the unplayable terrain that it just that phase 3 shift is sporadic. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've got
hard to grasp.
Tough read for sure. There's still a number of teams over on the eastern side already in vehicles. You can see Nootropic was kind of hugging the edge of Pozo. They're going to move a little bit farther off to the west. Dodge coming in from that northern side as we check in with Train to Go, making their way through the fields. They've got Tilt Town and ADR just to their south, though, so you can see a little bit of jousting coming out right now. Fihihi taking a few shots over towards Savage. Not going to find any damage, but it will at least shepherd them a little bit down to the south, and now they might actually put them right into ADR. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It looks like ADR not willing to stop and take shots at this just yet. Instead, they'll just kind of avoid it and hug the wall.
They're heading again to the point of the map where you don't really want to get caught too late. See if they can make any further moves north. BBB, well, I say BBB, it's Oldless atop the rock. Kind of scout out again. A huge position to garner some information from.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the more intel that BBB can pick up on what's going on over here by this roadside, the better off for them. As kind of doing a little bit of a 2-1-1 split, taking up a lot of real estate down there. Sociopath taking a few shots over towards Lobes as Veritas try to backfill that same rotation path that Dodge just went on. Lethal Association just kind of free farming fire into the vehicles. Looks like Veritas should break away for right now. Now Nootropic actually going to send shots over towards Veritas as they're going to send it to the dip.
A little bit of smoke trailing off that Bronco, but it's a weird spot to commit to here. As actually we hop on elsewhere. ADR and Rumblers getting into it. Oh, Corsac doesn't actually connect that last bullet. I think he thought he got that knock. Nade for good measure. Ooh, just another tag, though.
Oh, the fadeaway shot onto JLD. Now Corsac tries to hold it a little bit too long. We'll take shots from Greta. Won't get the flush just yet, though. And Valley 8 now coming up to provide some support. Things are going Rumbler's way so far. Valley 8 spots out ahead through the window. We'll spot out Greta, get some damage down. Los holding the wall. Meanwhile, as Valley 8 just moving from window to window here. Reno, let's see if he can maybe get this res onto Jay all day. While Corsac's just on the other side. Greta will go down as Rumblers, the fist tightening down onto ADR.
Greta will fall. Rumblers still 4 strong here. I think, are they in the back room there? It's hard to tell on the x-ray, but that second incendiary goes through. Valley 8 now actually is probably identified exactly where they're positioned. First, they would do a ton of damage, but no, not coming through just yet.
Well, it's real tough to spot here. That second one, you might find
something.
That one's find money. Reno as they hide on the mattress fort here. Jay all day doing his best to see above the smoke. Rumblers want to make this push, want to clean this up, but don't want to take an unnecessary loss here. They'll push up as a team. Nice nade from Jay all day. Incendiaries everywhere, preventing the push here as long as possible. But I don't know, man. I don't think hopefully you got a few more in you, enough to last out for another 20 minutes because Rumblers want this.
Yeah, Jay tries to swing it, but Rumblers clean it up, find all 4 kills. Oh no. Oh well. Yep. I don't think Lost called that last incendiary, but it's not going to matter. Was it Corsac again?
It was Corsac again.
Corsac he's having a real rough time today, man.
That is
he's on the receiving end. Lost literally runs him over in game 1.
It's true.
Need I remind you?
Oh no.
It's a tough break.
Let's have some splaining to do. He's gonna have to buy him a pizza or something to make up for it. But you know, that one I think might be on Corsac. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll let them sort it out here as we check in with 300. You see Nephahor flexing out here, see if he can maybe catch Lethal Association lacking, but not gonna find any heads peeking around just yet. As BBG just gonna send it right into 4 funners. We've already seen what happens. We lost Tig to a push here as Gats will be the first one to go down. Colton, though, trading it back. Yaxley will find the knock and the flush onto Gats. Colton now getting spotted out by Savage as Tiltdown going to provide a little bit of support from range. H-Wing going to do the same as he will spot out Ice. Get the flush as well as the fight. Just nobody really coming out ahead in this one.
No. Sonic's trying to put in some damage from it, but actually some really good damage onto Honey Badger there, but no knock comes through. Honey Badger down to pretty dire HP. Yeah, Savage will find it. BBG out in 14th now. Tilt Town 3 strong. Find their first kill. They got a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, they do. Job not 100%. Oh my God, Shrimsy. Shrimsy and mine just combining onto Savage. You're just like, I just wanted to shoot the tire, bro. Just leave me alone. But that's going to keep for fun a little bit protected here as Tilt Town just trying to find an angle. And it looks like they are not at all interested in pushing that anymore at this point. They've got plenty of room to wrap back around towards that western side. However, TTG is a little bit of a high ground spot. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 300. Meanwhile, we'll get a little bit of luck here with this circle shift. They can still play on this edge as this thing is cutting hard down to the southwest. Or southeast, rather. I'm sorry.
Another BBB circle, if they can capitalize off this, is not an awful lot to play over to the northwest of them. So expect lots to fall in this next circle here. 47 alive. You can already see the kill feed lighting up here. A couple of teams going to make their way into the backside of Pozo, but Dodge, Veritas, Nootropic can't really share this territory.
No, they cannot. This is, like you said, just free farming fire from multiple teams here. And looks like 300 just kind of, I don't know if they are interested in Lethal Association's spot or if that was just a spot that they had an angle on here. Either way, Dodge now going to hop in the vehicle, see what he can spot out. They've got to make their way through. They've taken down one from Veritas, but the rest of Veritas starting to wrap around over in this area to see if they can gatekeep him off from the side. Cherry taking that long range shots over towards Nootropic, but I don't know if where do you even go here if you're Dodge? A shack? Or set it to 4 to the shack. Why not?
Yeah. Who was it yesterday? Oh, it was Yahoo, wasn't it? It was Yahoo on the Junkyard Alamo circle. It can work. It can work.
It's not the worst thing yet. As Rumblers trying to make their way through the city here, Ethan, rare misspray from Ethan.
Labored with the AK.
Yeah, that was. I mean, we've gotten used to seeing Ethan kind of pop off here. That was a little bit of a miscue there. Is Valiate actually going to sneak in behind the entirety of Dodge here? Let's see if Valiate. He's going to make a play. He's making a play.
I'm going to play. Guys, give me time. It could be good though. He's got the timing on the Bronco. Oh no, he's just missed it.
Oh,
he's actually missed it.
Just a half second behind here.
Well, he could still destroy Dodge though. If he's got a nade, he could line up a good stack of damage. No, he hasn't. He's only got the incendiaries.
Unfortunate. I think he's realizing that too.
Yeah.
Pulling back away. Waldo, the only other player from Rumblers now, is going to try to have to drive through the field. That's an exercise in futility right there. Yep, there you go. Ethan will spot that one out. He'll hit those shots. Now it's just down to Valiate trying to fight his way out of El Pozo, but Veritas looking over in that direction as well. SDK actually starting to creep in to the west side of the city on the very, very northern tip of this circle. So a lot of room left to play in this circle with 39 up. Nerf spots out Valiate. It's a classic duel from way back in the day. Valiate versus Nerf. J-Sank will be the one to do it, though.
Former teammate to finally put him down. Veritas will be able to secure their position as well. Circle actually posts up and nobody really on the edge of Pozo safe. So my eyes go straight back towards Veritas and Dodge. See how they play this one out.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the lemon yellow of Bing Bang Boom. They just put up a 20 kill win in game 3. And now they've got a compound in great position here in game number 4. And avoid, for the most part, all the fighting and nonsense going on up to the north. See STK starting to get in position here. May have just beat out Veritas. Nootropic focused in on Dodge as they try to make their way through. 300 still have to come in as well, as PTG and BSO square up on the southwest. So a number of different fights going on all at the same time here.
So Nootropic actually in an interesting position. If they can clear all this pressure to the north, they have control of this terrain that actually does kind of command quite a large section of this new circle, but Dodge already trying to make a way down to the southwest towards them. And they do actually get back to 4 strong. Heikeman does get re-knocked, though.
This is the best news for Nootropic right now is that they have pretty free sight lines onto dodge, but they've also got lethal association that's kind of providing them a little bit of support as well and keeping dodge from pushing completely in here. That shack, well, we called the shack a little bit early. Unfortunately, it's out now. As, they're gonna have to leave that circle here, try to drop the smoke wall here if they find something. Nenland will get spotted out by Ethan, or Fino rather, finished off by Ethan. Hello Senpai. Nootropic can't take a knock here, man. They got to be so careful about how they play this.
They really can't. Dodge definitely making it difficult. I don't know how that first nade didn't actually land on the backside, but fortunately didn't bounce past. Dodge are making this pretty difficult for Nootropic. Like you said, they kind of have to play this safe until they know that everybody from the north is dealt with.
Yeah, definitely not an easy out here. Nootropic kind of split focus onto Veritas, and there you go. Nerf are going to find knock onto Senix. As Hello Senpai will spot out Ethan behind the hay bale. Finna, though, has been able to leave the shed and get inside the circle here. Does get spotted out by Hello Senpai, though, as Veritas will get cleaned up by a combination of Nootropic and STK. Now Cherry, the last player up for dodge. While all this is going on, 300 has kind of wrapped around on the north side, did some damage to Sonics, who still have to make their way into that compound. Okay, dodge finally taken out by Cherry. Or by Richie, rather. Sociopath still alive for lethal association, though, somehow.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how. And actually, the circle does favor Nootropic, so this position now just became even stronger. 300 lie in the way of Sonics. 3 strong here, need to fight their way onto the high ground and then push through. 4 strong 300. Who we haven't seen too active since game 1, but they definitely had an explosive start to the day.
Sure did. They were doing a little bit of gatekeeping on the Sonics here, but then pulled off to kind of get a position a little bit closer to the circle. And it looks like they've got themselves, I guess they like this spot for fighting Sonics a little bit better. The smoke wall. Sonics playing around. Meanwhile, Nootropic wrapped around on that north side, ran into STK. You can see Hello Senpai has gone down in the kill feed. H-Win, oh, Fox almost put him in his place, man. And now another 3-way fight going on the south side here is Bing Bang Boom. They've been safely hiding out in this compound for quite some time. Now they're getting pushed from both sides.
Somehow still getting this res on Keenan, though. I'm not sure if TTG were aware of the exact positioning. They get themselves into the compound, and that's the first tick in the box. Sharp shot elsewhere will fall.
Oh, sharp shot going down is big here. It's going to kind of open up the door here for fun to make the push in. You see the smoke wall still down. TTG has stopped just on the other side as they will get the res and heal back up. Meanwhile, Sonics have crept away from 300, and now they are coming in to 4th party onto this fight. So many teams fighting over this same exact spot here, as the only compound inside this circle is on the very, very southern tip. H-Win tries to escape, but Roth will spot him out as Bing Bang Boom still getting involved. They've lost Sharp Shot, but they're not going down.
Evans should be able to clean up some of these TTG kills. 4 fun up. Be the thorn in the side here, but there you go. Actually, yeah, Fihi will fall to Keenan, and that's TTG out. So BBB now need to set their sights on dealing with 4 fun. But who's that? The axe is actually crossed already.
Oh, Oldest had him red. The grenade won't find its mark, though. We'll try to drop the incendiary. See if we can spot out McLovin. I think he knows exactly where these guys are hiding. Bing Bang Boom. What a reset. After getting pinched from both sides, losing Sharp Shot, they're able to completely turn that around. 7 kills in the bag. We'll see if they can hold on here. Purdy. The rest of the shoot to kill boys turning attention over towards BSO, who have wrapped up. They're in a little bit of a 3-1 split here. 3 of them have wrapped up to the north side, while Mercy was kind of third partying the compound fight off in the distance. So Mercy not here, not involved in this fight, as KKG is taken down. Mafu and Mello just kind of playing around the smokes. Mellon going to get spotted out by Richie from range, and things are falling apart rapidly here for BSO.
Ooh, Kurt did just find this one. It's Halo, actually, to bail him out. Last member spotted now. Mercy still alive, but not much really to play from here. Kurt has to stick to first aid kit. 6 kills on the board for SDK. Again, they clear Mercy. They have a little bit of space to work with.
Man, that fell apart so fast for Black Sheep Office. I mean, they had 4 up. They had circle control. They had a whole bunch of area to work with, and then everything just fell apart so quickly. A combination of just long range shots from 300 and just good play from STK. See if Mercy can make anything more out of his solo. As 300 looks like they're going to group up and try to take care of whatever's coming out of this compound. Four Funners and Bing Bang Boom squaring off. They'll find 2. Oldest is down. Keenan down to no HP, but he is doing big damage before he goes out. This Crop trying to see if he can find something through the smoke here.
Last one up. You can get a consolation 4 on the board already, but
Roth was waiting.
Oh, sorry, it's Roth actually. Yeah, the flush came through onto McLovin at exactly the same time. BBB, 10 kills now. Another big game for them. We'll be able to recover, I think. Yeah, 3 back on their feet. Extreme and the rest of 300 foaming at the mouth, waiting for these kills to present themselves.
Yeah, Extreme playing that anchor spot. The rest of 300 have that high ground. It's outside of circle, but they know that they've got to clean up whatever comes out of that compound. They're going to have to leave at some point here. STK, meanwhile, look like they're pretty comfortable on their ridge lines. Look like they're doing the same thing. They'll find Oldless as Roth hops into the Bronco.
Yeah, that's
pulled through. It's just, oh yeah, it's done. 1, yeah.
Well, they got 10 kills before they fell. Can't really fault that. 4th place, a good follow-up from the previous game as well. But 300, STK, Nootropic now. 300, the only 4-strong team. Going to be playing in from the south side. And again, almost more control of this zone. We'll have to see where the next one will post up. Phase 8 ultimately will decide this one, I feel.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Nootropic too, man. It feels like STK started to push over into that area. As the circle does pop, it will favor towards STK and Nootropic a little bit. S300 will have to reposition, but this could just be STK and Nootropic. If they trade here, that's going to open things up for 300 to make a push and get in here to try to clean up whatever's left. Kurt throwing the incendiaries. Luke actually going to get a knock onto Extreme. So STK looking in multiple directions here. 8 kills so far. Kurt will go down, will get flushed by Senix. And now Alo and Luke 12 left to do the lion's share of the work. Oh my goodness. Oh, Senix.
A lot of damage exchange there. Neff actually steals away one. Luke now, we can see if we can do any damage or further damage onto Nootropic. Later still bleeding out here. 300 haven't pushed forward just yet.
Yeah, 300 being really passive about this. Luke, you are not going to bait them into pushing into the gas can, are you?
No.
There's
Surely
no
not.
shot. Luke he's just looking everywhere right now. He spots out Senix. Senix has already gotten 2 STK badges on his belt. Trying to see if he can get the 3rd. As Luke, he just takes shots over towards 300 to make them stop down a little bit. They're just sending it back over to Newt. It's just says everybody just collapsing on Luke here.
A couple of members of 300 tagged up here, so Luke might be able to play spoiler here if this fight breaks out. And he will do. He's going to find Vox.
Oh, I think he just barely.
Nootropic should be moving off
Richie.
this.
Yeah, Rich and Nootropic, they get their res. They're back up to 3 strong. Love it. Oh, no. Okay, Nefahor will be the one to finish him off. Okay, now 300 can get that res onto Vox, turn their attention back over towards Nootropic, who, as you said, I mean, they got their revive, but they've just kind of been holding a line. Senix! What a shot on a Neff. Right into the forehead. And they're completely comfortable just kind of hiding out on their ridge lines here. Senix is on fire, though.
We'll bring it to a 3v3 now. Nootropic still huddled backs against the blue. I think 300 probably still have the advantage in terms of zone control here. Vox tagged up, though. I'm not sure what the state of the meds is. Whether he's just relying on a boost ticking over.
It's a little rough here. It's hard to tell how this one's going to play out. The terrain being the way it is, and everybody's so beaten down. You see Lamp a lot. Just
look at the vest on Senix.
Mm-hmm. And Lamp's not looking a whole lot better either, and these smokes are starting to go away. Senix trying to go for the push. We'll get one.
What?
We'll help him out with the shot onto Richie. Vox will try to survive here. Holds one up at bay, but Vox all by himself now will spot out Lada's head. Doesn't hit the shots. This Lada trying to hard peek that ridge line. Lampalot trying to go in from the low side. Vox is waiting for it, but they'll bait him out, and that's Nootropic with a 10-kill win.
Big game from them again. It's like I said, they were in a crucial spot over to the south side of Pozo, and ultimately there, the amount of pressure they were to put out, obviously onto, I think at the time it was Dodge and Veritas that needed to transition towards their high ground. So absolutely did the hard work early on there and close out the game. Always a nice bonus.
Yeah, and that was like you said, that was a difficult game to close out for Nootropic. No slouches in that lobby. 300,
No.
4 up. I mean, you had to take care of STK as well, with STK kind of holding that high ground position, and cleaning up whatever was left. Remember them having to clean up Dodge coming out of El Pozo. So Nootropic on one really early and often there, and a great performance from Senix.
Yeah, some individual performances to really note there for Nootropic.
I mean, it's a great game so far, but we are going to take another break and get ready for the final 2 games of the day. But we wanted to let you know that we're bringing you even more Battle Royale madness as New State Mobile is launching the New State Mobile Mashup, where you can play in weekly events hosted by your favorite influencers and qualify for the grand finals, where you can compete for a share of the $250,000 grand prize. That is a lot of money. So check out the details over at esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup. Well, we are going to take a quick break, reset, get ready for these final games of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back once again and getting ready for the final 2 games of the evening. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Hypoc as we round out this second day of play, groups B and C. Hypoc, it's been wild from the word go here, honestly.
Yeah, it has. It's been a couple of really explosive games, actually. Actually, a pretty thrilling end game there as well. One that I think, in terms of the lobby, the points distribution, that one's going to be pretty widespread. There's a few teams that really put themselves up there.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier after we saw first game where it was like 2 teams that had double-digit points. Everybody else was left to fight for scraps. Well, it hadn't really been that way since then. Obviously, 30 banger by Bing Bang Boom, the exception. It seems like if there's not somebody that's just kind of feasting off everything, it's pretty equitably distributed. So I'm excited to see what that leaderboard is going to look like. But before we do, let's take a look at the highlights from that last game and see how Nootropic got their big win. Look at that. That's just, God, I feel so bad about that.
I did and I didn't. It's a horrible way to lose somebody. Even again, it's Sonic's losing one early. We talked about back at ESL Masters that being their downfall, at least early on. So yeah, it's tough to see that.
Slow burn, but a good little sneaky position there for Hooligan there. As take a look at SDK. It was Veritas trying to make their way out of Pozo. I mean, we say it all the time. You don't like to commit to those cities unless you absolutely have to, and it's for that exact reason. When you have to try to leave, it's just impossible.
Yeah, it is. It's this is one of those circles that I think it depends a lot on exactly where their circle 2 posts up, and unfortunately this is one that didn't have an awful lot to play in the center. Actually, yeah, look at that, 4 teams actually getting themselves over double-digit points. Yeah, the kill points, 3 teams picking up 10, shoot to kill actually rounding out with 8 themselves. That's a crazy spread right there. I mean, look at the right side of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was either you were either getting something or you were getting absolutely nothing at all. That's how that one played out. Well, there's the overall leaderboard now. Shoot to Kill has finally 5 games in, or 4 games in, huh? I'm getting ahead of myself here. 4 games in has finally supplanted Gas Cans at the top of the leaderboard after Gas Cans 93-point day 1. Yeah, keeping an eye on that 6th place cut line. Yahoo now just find themselves edged out by Dodge.
Yeah, it is now we can get a little bit of a better understanding of exactly where I guess that cutoff's going to lie and which teams are going to be in contention for it.
Yeah, take a look at the head-to-head of 2 of our top-performing teams from Group C here today. Bing Bang Boom and 300. Now, Bing Bang Boom, obviously 20 kills in 1 game, Hypoc, to go along with the 38 total that they've managed to put together today. 6,700 in damage.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, 300 and another team that had a hot start to today. I don't want to say they've been absent in a couple of the others, but certainly it's been peaks and troughs to say the least. I mean, if they still close out today with a win, definitely going to put themselves way into the left side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think peaks and troughs is kind of what we come to expect from most teams, right? It's what the thing that separates you from the rest of the pack is being able to show that consistency across multiple games and across multiple days, and that's a very difficult thing to do in PUBG. So we are getting ready to head into game number 5 here of 6 for the day, and it is going to be a nice plane going right over El Pozo. Another fairly safe plane in terms of Miramar here, at least.
Yeah, not really anything off the cards here, at least towards the southwest and the northeast. An opportunity of a stretch if you're that way inclined, but everybody should be able to get themselves settled. And we've seen actually, I mean, particularly yesterday, today, it was well, if the 1 game was anything to go by, not too much of an overlap. We have seen a few scrappy kills come through in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like we're seeing a little bit slower of a early and mid game than we saw yesterday, and even that being said, we're still seeing kills, still seeing fights, still seeing teams run into each other a little bit early than maybe we were anticipating. So we'll see if that trend kind of continues here as we take a look at 4 funners making their way into Los Leones again. Los Leones, just a lot of teams over there, man.
Whereas, again, I'm still conscious of that Los Leones situation. ADR actually down to the southwest, and actually 2 members stretching a little further to the west, but well, there's going to be any overlap that results in any early engagement. Circle will post. It's centering up just on the west side of the power grid plateau. So again, it should be a pretty slow early game. You know, lots of space to play in here for these teams.
Yeah, a lot of bets being placed on where that circle 2 is going to take them as well. As gas cans kind of shaking their fist, man. This is dead center on their normal looting drop spot. And they don't get it here today. Instead, it's going to be Lethal Association that gets to play.
Well, let's see what they can do with it, right?
Yeah. Wait, what is Shrimsy doing out here? He is way south here. Was this a vehicle drop and just spotted out Corsac? I'm guessing that's probably what happened.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, not an awful lot gained in terms of the circle posting up there, so not sure if this is just to harass the Rumblers in the early game. Assert a little dominance in the area.
Just let them know. You got to let them know, right? Put them on blast. It's like the same. Did you ever spray the crate? Like if you want a 1v1, or were you were an all chatter, weren't you?
Oh, of course I was.
What is your most memorable all chat experience?
I mean, obviously it involves
that's safe for air. Was it Maluk?
It's not safe. It's not safe for air, no. But it did. I'm pretty sure it was me, Maluk, and Sharky.
I gotta say, I'm not at all surprised that it was.
Maybe it was back in the total, because obviously when there was like 30 people, everybody would be in all chat. Those were some of the best days of PUBG.
Oh my gosh! I mean, that was back when you had the all chat on Starting Island as well, right? But I don't know why.
Dangerous game.
I don't know why I never thought that the mermaid era, what the comms would like in the water.
Because that would drag for like a good 15 minutes to us. So you had a good amount of time to have a good chat.
Oh my goodness. And I mean, that was back in the day.
Fond memories, very fond memories.
Oh, absolutely. Oh no. Oh, Roth.
Oh.
Eek.
Was that blind? I don't know if that's. I mean, it must have been. I hope it was. I hope it was blind. Otherwise, it makes even less sense.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit blind there. As Ross tries to send it a little bit north of Monte Nuevo, running into New Tropic, just the worst possible timing. Unfortunate there for Bing Bang Boom, who is coming off the back of 2 really, really good performances in a row. See if they can turn that into 3, maybe even 4. As the Sonics will regroup just north of Picado. Got Lethal Association just off to the north as well. Nobody coming in really from the south for the time being. A number of teams still just have not started rotation. We're 5 minutes in, and we've got a lot of teams that are just kind of slow playing this.
As expected, really. Like I said, with this circle, don't expect too many early engagements. There's lots of space to navigate, and this is another one that's kind of polarizing. We're ultimately relying on Circle 2, giving us a better idea of where we're ending up. So there'll be an awful lot of teams fighting for compounds, teams making a mad dash for anything.
I guess since this circle is so playable, I mean 100% playable, really is it a little bit more common to see, or I guess safe for some of these teams that are a little bit farther away to just take their time looting up and not try to make that quick 3 minutes looting time already on the rotation kind of move?
I mean, like I said, this is the sort of circle that ultimately, if you look at the center, what's really worth holding on to, or what's worth diving and risking, losing somebody for. But the other thing is, I mean, everybody towards the east and the south side, at least, it's just such an awkward cross up. Like taking vehicles up onto the power grid plateau, you also don't want to run the risk of, you know, driving uphill on Miramar where it's already difficult to kind of traverse. So this is the one, until you get a better idea, you certainly don't want to commit to diving center. And also the other thing is you look at the key like compounds and that prime real estate.
Right.
There's so much open space around them. So like hitting them early, it's just rough.
That is very true. Well, looks like most of these teams that are coming in a little bit on the late side just opting to stay around on the edge. Oh, 4 funners getting a little bit close to the Dragon split. And squeezing SKZ will spring the trap. Crop gonna go down instantly. Won't get flushed though, as he is able to get into that restroom. The grenade will do some damage to Yaxley. Another grenade from Lemon Squeezy. He's gonna sail just a little bit too far. That's really trying to go for some flushes there. Oh no, the bait, no ice. It's SKZ.
No way, man.
Picks his pocket. Lemon Squeezy will try to defend his knocked teammate here, as it looked like you actually tried to make the push out. McLovin now the last one. We'll push around. We'll spot out Lemon Squeezy. We'll get that knock. We'll get that flush. So that will at least be. Oh no, it gets stolen.
BBB from afar, man.
Oh, 4 funners. I'm happy that you are doing this for fun, because that would have to be absolutely tilting. One shot away and you have to reload and it gets sniped away from you. You hate to see it. Well, he's going to go for the res on to Crop here. It looks like Dragon's actually going to let him get away with this for the time being. More utility coming in from range, but it's not going to find a home, as McLovin will drop the smoke down. Dragon being a little bit passive about clearing this out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're just conscious now of the angles the BBB have. They've certainly slowed things down. It almost looks as if they want to try and peel away from this. Actually, it's just Shirky and Flax left, so at this point, try and stand your ground, boys.
Yeah. Oh, Incendiary will do a little bit of damage to McLovin there. And the smoke won't get the knock, though. As Flax is just... I mean, he's just expecting for Funners to come for the push here. That's a dirty little angle he's holding. Not going to spot out anything just yet. Shirky looting his down teammate. A little bit more utility. Actually picking up the shotgun. That's what we like to see. Okay. Now we're talking turkey here, Shirky. His Crop just going to reset the smoke, I guess. Oh, no. Oh, get him.
Push through.
Shirky. Come on, Shirky. Go on. Oh! Get some low. And now it's going to be Talaj that gets a knock on a McLovin. Crop comes out, gets one. Shirky! Oh, 8 HP.
Flax is just like, well, accept my fate.
Well, that was a fight that happened in Circle 1. All right. Veritas, meanwhile. Oh,
Worth, right?
Was Richie just scoped in, tunneled in on Nerf, and just didn't hear the footsteps of Show?
Not sure.
I don't know. I mean, he had the mini out. It looked like he was just kind of looking down over towards Nerf, and Show just able to sneak right up on him. Unfortunate there for Richie. And now 300 having to play out with 3. New circle does pop, and we're cutting hard south.
So yeah, I mean, Picardo wide open for the taking here with Sonics moving out. Not anybody rapping on the east side. Eyes go towards 300 TT direction. This is an interesting one, because again, you got to take into account that unplayable ridge that wraps the south side of power grid.
Shirky just sitting there.
Yeah,
I know it's coming, man.
oh yeah, it's imminent.
It is absolutely coming at some point.
But again, that gas station, it's not comfortable to play. Whether or not anybody's really gonna, I mean, as a 4 here at this point, it's not really like, you know, first dibs compound. That's for sure.
I mean, and plus at this point, even if you are considering it, right, you're coming in from a long way away. Unless you've scouted this out and have a pretty good idea that there's only one person there. But how are you going to get a read on that? I mean, Bing Bang Boom maybe has an idea. As they look like they're starting to send it over in that general direction. As yep, Shirky going to defend this house. Get it? Oh my God. Okay. Well, that's just gross.
Yeah, a little bit.
He tried. What are you gonna do? That was a very, very confident push from Bing Bang Boom there. Although they did leave Oldless behind, so it's a 2-1 split. Remember, they lost Roth a little bit early to Nootropic. Meanwhile, 300 down here getting TT. Oh my God!
Wait, what?
How?
Sure. Okay.
Wow.
Sorry, Neff.
Tough luck, I guess.
Yeah, I guess VV wins those.
Just put him on his back. Okay. Well, back to the rotation, I guess, if you're TTG, and they've got a spot to play just on the outside. Now, they do have a couple of teams still off to the north, most notably SDK, that have not made their way in just yet, although it looks like they're going to climb the mountains and come in just to the east of Power Grid. BSO, though, still making a long wrap around as well. Keenan going to try to extend Bing Bang Boom's control over another compound. Just send it, baby. 3 solos at this point, Bing Bang Boom.
Well, you got their 4 kills on the board as well, so a good start for them regardless. If they can just kind of play this scrappy play style and maybe pick up a kill or 2 here and there, it's not going to be a terrible game for them.
Yeah, man, why not? I mean, the places that they're holding are also, I mean, it's not something that you would expect a team of 4 to try to hard crash at the at the late part of the game. So it could work out. Maybe it's just psychological warfare coming out from Bing Bang Boom. SDK, meanwhile, coming in on the high ground, taking a few shots down towards BSO just for funsies. Nobody really in front of them, so they are free to do all the ADR farming that they would like. New circle pops, and we're going hard to the west. Okay. Bing Bang Boom. What do you do now? Do you stay in this? I mean, you can't get everybody back together, can you?
I mean, they got vehicles. There's a window of opportunity to do it. It's got to be quick, though. Sharpshot's got to make a pretty speedy exit here. I don't know if Rumblers are going to be able to output too much damage, but they got to be conscious as well. BBG are actually putting up on the east side of their compound. They need to get out. They need to regroup.
Oh, it looks like
they can't now.
Oh, it was just a hair too late. You saw them hop in the vehicles, but it was just a little bit too late. Now BBG right on their doorstep. Valley 8 gonna have to hold this off. So Valley find Colton, but he's immediately gonna get traded back down by Honey Badger. And now Los HD down to about 11 HP. Shots from range from Bing Bang Boom gonna force him to drop down below the wall, as BBG gonna have to try to see if they can. They want to clear this out before going for the res, right?
Should do. There you go. Vegas will find it as well. See that up in the kill feed. We'll be able to see him try and flush it out. At least it's Gats to find it. BBG 4 kills, and they find themselves a golden compound.
Absolutely. Butterfly flapping its wings, man. That was a perfect timing for BBG to push onto Rumblers in order for Bing Bang Boom to actually get Sharpshot out of that gas station in the Murata. They were able to get everybody back there. It's now Talaj. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. Veritas will get 2 in there as their trailers, though, 2 out in the circle, both knocked. So Veritas and J-Sank won't be rescued here, as 300, well, I say 300, it's just extreme, really. Vox off in the distance. Melon going to be taking shots over here towards extreme, drop him down to about 8 HP. I don't think he knows that ADR is creeping around in this direction as well, though. Oh.
He didn't spot him?
No way. How?
No shot. Extreme is actually going to survive this scenario. I mean, maybe not for much longer, but
I don't know how he has room in his backpack for the size of that rabbit's foot he's lugging around here. As I mean, he's got Vox feeding him info from Chumaserif from way out in the blue. But damn, okay. Stays alive, and ADR will reset on the south side of that circle. Meanwhile, Dodge now having to deal with a push from Lethal Association. Now, all of Dodge not there. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom looks like they're getting actually crashed by Rumblers. So 2 down. Oldless now the last one remaining, as he's going to try to hold off this crash from Corsac and Waldo. Incendiaries and smokes being laid down just to try to slow the process up a little bit here.
Well, Rumblers were here before, actually. This was the other half of their split. So this is Bing Bang Boom actually collapsing back from the other compound. So they lose. I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2 on the way in. Didn't quite catch it, but look how much space there is to the north side of this new circle park.
Just so much real estate that can be worked around here. Now, after this fight, whoever comes out of this fight, hopefully they can come out with a few players up, because they'll have just a golden opportunity coming in from this north side. Hooligan hard holding that angle, has Grant Landis on the other side. Meanwhile, on the south side of the map, BSO trying to push in through ADR, and 8 has already been knocked pretty low. Is going to get knocked down by KKG. JL Day, Red of the Goat, holding the front line here. JL Day takes a few shots over there. Will reposition once again as Melon. Oh, he spots out Melon on the low side. That was the flanker, but the grenade might do work. Oh, we'll find Greta the Goat. Now
got the second one
as well. What a grenade from KKG, and now it's down to Reno, but Reno is nowhere near this. The insurance policy left behind, and BSO should be able to reset.
I don't know why Reno was so disconnected there. I mean, JL Day actually found the final knock there as well. Oh no, Show trying to push up. Will get punished for it. BSO find 5 kills on the board. Should be able to get situated once again, but they have a little bit of ground to cover. Get back in to this circle.
Yeah, it's not great, but they're making some points right now. They're actually going to leave Mercy behind, as don't have time enough to try to go for that revive.
Well, they've only got a buggy as well, right?
Oh yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Mafu gets knocked very, very low, gets barely to the shack, and oh no. Well, Colton will be the one to steal that one away. But KKG still in it for the time being. Reno just kind of sending shots down range. See if they can maybe do a little bit more damage. Sonic's on the move. We haven't got a chance to talk about them really. They've just been kind of hanging out over there on the east side, going for this long wrap, and it looks like it's paying off for them, at least right now, as STK in that high ground is engaging with Dodge.
I was to say though, if they can clear Dodge, I'm not sure how this kind of lies for Sonics, honestly. STK already finding the first and the second knock as well. Ethan will actually get confirmed here. So just Cherry and Finn are left. STK still 4 strong as well. As I say that, Ayla will get re-knocked. You can see as well on the map as well, Sonic's just trying to reposition the vehicles. Cherry will actually get knocked by the blue here. Finn spots one out. Some decent tags, but now he's got the pressure of the blue.
Yeah, this is just the pressure from STK kind of forcing Dodge's hand here. Cherry, obviously, you said going down to the blue. Now Finna is going to take some damage as well, and that circle just locked, so the damage is coming even harder. As Finna will take a little bit of damage from that grenade. Can he get the heal off in time? Finna playing it real close there. We'll go and take a few of the heals off of his fallen teammate Hikerman, see if he can stay in here. But meanwhile, STK gets that revive. They're still back up to 4 strong. They've got places to be, man. They've got to get into that circle, and Sonic's just on the edge.
Well, I mean, Sonic's, STK can just go directly south there. Like that hillside should be relatively comfortable for them. I don't know if they can fully break line of sight to Lethal Association, but so I mean, if they can maintain vehicles, this is a pretty good setup for them.
Actually, Sonic's on the move here, and they may have taken away one of the spots that STK was looking at.
Their spot was not comfortable. And this one, not much more. Oldless will find Shrimsy. Again, they're in center, but can they withstand all this pressure? Because it's going to be coming from all angles.
Oh, it sure is. We'll see how many smokes they have, how much utility they have to kind of keep themselves alive. They're just going to have to keep cycling it down.
STK should be able to punish them. They really should.
keeping eyes over towards the north. They know that Finna's still hanging out. Lobes, meanwhile, does get finished out. Reno as well. Good stuff from Nootropic, not giving up a knock there. And cleaning up their backsides. Here's Finna trying to do some damage onto STK. Did it get in time? Yeah, it should be fine. Okay.
Easy. Oh, that's the last one.
Not that he's in any better position here. Okay, there we go. Finna finally eliminated. He will go down to the zone, so it won't give STK that point. And here you can see what Sonics is having to deal with. And
Wait, what? The double vehicle explosion. Nade God and Fihi will get knocked there by Honey Badger. I think that was maybe a nade that came in. The molly to secure it. Grand Atlantis will actually steal Nade God away, but PBG 6 kills now. Oh, clean little tap from Vegas there. Stello will fall. But they need to get out of this compound.
they sure do. Nasty stuff there from Vegas.
They're pulling up.
6 kills.
There was a moment there I was like, there's no way they're sending it at them, right?
No, they've got a nice little ditch here to work with. As actually looks like Nootropic has sent it for the most part across the street. They've left Hello Senpai on the south side. Penta
Wait, what?
will get knocked by Lamp a lot here as Nootropic playing aggressors, making their way across the road early. Alo will spot out Leda, so that'll put a pause on things as Nootropic trying to reset here a little bit.
Decent tag coming through from Luke as well. They're going to slow down, and SDK absolutely shafted off that. Again, enough to see what the vehicle situation looks like for them. I mean, do they attempt to crash onto the backside of Lethal Association? LA is spread pretty thin in the compound, but there's a lot of ground to cover to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just have to depend on how much scouting SDK was able to do about LA. Meanwhile, it's just the utility show now as Gat's going to spot out Leda. Do SDK a little bit of a favor there. Tiggleton will steal it away. Actually, steal away Senix as SDK just trying to see if they can. I mean, honestly, the points at this point doesn't really matter for SDK. If you can try to clean that up, fantastic. But you got to be worried about where your next spot is going to be. And I think, I honestly, I think you might be right. That Lethal Association compound might be the best shot at this point.
It's how they get there, though. BBG opt to pull up onto the backside of the Rumblers. The pre-nade, is that good? Oh, it's no damage. Well, a little bit of damage came through, but I'll have to find Waldo prepped with a pump.
As I'm not sure if the damage came from the nade or from Lethal Associate. Look at Nootropic. They're going to send it too. Why not have a big old party here at this compound? The only
Why not a fourth
left
team
inside the circle. STK, meanwhile, is in vehicles, and they're running right past Sonics. They're going to crash right on top of them, and it is not working out very well at all. Mime is the only one that's gone down, and there you go. STK does get eliminated. Sonics should be able to get the res back onto Mime as a 4-way fight going on in the compound down to the south is kind of stalled out a little bit here.
The interesting thing, actually, yeah, Honey Badger, I was going to say, he does manage to regroup, but Lamp sending shots back towards Grand Atlantis, who's just trying to help them out, just trying to relieve some of this pressure.
Jeez, this is going to be an interesting one. Flashbangs abound here as Corsac will send the first one. Gets the man who tries to drop shot him. Colton try to do it. Vegas through the window will spot out Corsac. Waldo tries to pre-spray it back. Does some damage. Doesn't get. Oh, gets Badger through the window. We'll try to reposition back in the building. Gats now the last player up.
No way!
Waldo with the Puffy. He does it. Built by Gamers is out. And now Nootropic using that as their sign to go and make the push here. Oh,
wait, no way. Oh, no. Hello, Senpai thought it was the other building. Poster naded. It's actually going to knock Lamp a lot.
Oh, no. I don't think that bounced the way it was supposed to bounce. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, well, at least
he put that in the window, man. I think he just misread exactly where this fight actually kicked off.
Oh. Well, no harm, no foul. As, as they'll get the res, and Lamp will get back up to full strength. Meanwhile,
definitely slowed the push, though, right? They were looking to sweep through.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I can't even see the name tag right now, but okay, it's Oldless. Oldless has been by himself in this compound forever.
Yep.
I mean, he's been sharing it with Rumblers, just been holding an angle for what seems like 10 minutes now. And somehow Rumblers has managed to keep Corsac and Waldo up here. Looks like Nootropic going to go to the high ground, try to take shots over towards Sonics. Teams Lethal Association. Sonics is just laughing. I mean, they're dead center of the circle. They've got a little bit of a hay bale. They survived long enough and survived that push from STK, cleaned it up cleanly. And now it's just you've got to feel like Sonic's in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, I think honestly cleaning up SDK in rotation ultimately gave them access to the win here. I'd be surprised if they don't. Have to be a major misplay. I mean, they should be able to pressure Lethal Association enough coming down from the compound, and this situation should kind of conclude itself, really.
What else can you call this situation?
Scenario.
That's about all you can really say. As Nootropic will send every incendiary in the bag over towards Rumblers. We'll do a nice little bit of damage, but won't get a knock off of it. Mime, meanwhile, you can see in the kill feed, finding Lethal Association as they try to push out from that compound here. As the multiple pushes going on here. Rumblers able to reset a little bit after the incendiary fiesta from Nootropic. Waldo will send one
That
back
hit him in the face?
turn. I don't think it did. No, it sailed just past.
What?
But he gave him the okie doke. Lamp-a-lot coming around on the backside. Now Corsac, the last one up for Rumblers. And keep in mind, Oldless still here, still quietly waiting as Corsac has a grenade. Will it find it? He primed it a little bit. No, Lamp-a-lot will heal that and be able to escape just in the nick of time.
Hooligan finds a knock onto Mime here. Again, doing damage. Wait, Cater's still alive?
Cater is still alive. I don't know how.
This is the scrap. There's still 6 teams technically alive here. 10 players, 6 different teams. Okay, Cater. Cater's been here longer than Oldless has at the compound.
Cater has been on his belly for the last 15 minutes. I think he's literally snaked his way in to this next circle and found a nice little bit of hard cover.
They were getting pressured at the shack, right? On the west side by BBG.
Yeah.
What? No way.
No way. Corsac, you can't do it to him like this. Okay, all right. Hello, Senpai. We'll clean it up. Lamp-a-lot is knocked, slowly bleeding out here. Going to go for the res. Oldless, though, will try to push out. Gets shot from range. He spotted him through the window. The flashbang. Oldless. Oldless. Oldless.
No way, man.
Stays alive.
No way.
Bing, bang, boom.
And we have our top 4. It's 4 members of Sonics and 3 solos left here.
I love everything about this game. Just the way you draw it out on the book, right? You kind of predict everything that's going to happen in this one. As oh man, circle shifts away from Oldless. That's unfortunate for him. As he got all 4 of Sonics just get to free fire everything into him.
I mean, Sonics have burned up a lot of utility, right? Nobody.
True.
I guess maybe they were able to replenish a little bit off SDK. If this one comes down to the star and late, there's a chance, right? I mean, they have to deal with Oldless. If it's 3 solos, then that's when I'm worried.
Oh my!
Because it's so hard to gauge the situation, right?
It really is. I mean, look, it definitely feels like it's a Sonics win, right? It's just a matter of time. But Oldless had a lot of bodies to loot in that compound and clearly has a lot of smokes left to use and has managed to snake his way into the smallest of ditches as the star will drop. And okay, this is
well, I mean, it's Hooligan, it's Sonic script,
yeah.
So that's unlucky, I guess, right?
This is a little butt clench time for Sonics. I mean, look, you have 4 up, 4v1v1v1. You feel like you should win this, but that puts a little bit of extra pressure on, doesn't it? I mean, still 3 smokes left for Oldless here, and they are just laying them down everywhere.
Oh, Cater, don't do
Cater.
it. Don't do it. He's going fishing. The second one looks good.
Oh!
He didn't spot him, though. That's the thing. Like I said, the more this circle closes, I mean, they're all focused on each other. It's Sonic's saving grace here.
Yeah. I mean, the smokes are laid out, at least. Oh, that's where I wanted the grenade from Cater to go. And I'm not sure if that was a Cater grenade onto Hooligan or if that was Sonic's. I think it might be Sonic's just making the push here, but they have not realized he is on the backside. Hooligan going to have to pull up there with the Scar. The spot out one. Cater actually going to be the one that gets him. No, Shrimsy immediately transfers over, and Oldless managing to snake out a second place finish for Bing Bang Boom here will get the win. Sonics with 9 kills. But what a weird, wonderful game.
Never again. Never again. This was a game for the history books. It was just so random from start to finish. The fact that it's a member of Bing Bang Boom as well that makes it through there, that ultimately takes second place. Delete the VOD. I don't want to see that again.
I mean, it's like game 6 scrims already. It's a game 5 of a regional playoff. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. And again, though, a number of fantastic individual performances. Obviously, Oldless for Bing Bang Boom surviving for so long. I mean, it was what 5 teams that ended up crashing that compound at different points, and he managed to be the one that makes his way out. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that one. I'm sure it's just going to be chock full of what you would consider to be highlights. No low lights.
Starts off well with the gas station. That was great. Fihi absolutely deletes Neff here.
Oh my god.
Still understand that one. Yeah.
He just absolutely destroyed that poor man. And speaking of destroyed, SDK, they didn't have a whole lot of options, and this was the one that they went with. And Sonic's more than up for the task. There's Corsac try to do.
This is what I want to see again.
This was some slick stuff right here from Waldo through the window. Finds Honey Badger, somehow stays alive, somehow keeps Corsac up there as he pumps the man. Absolutely disgusting from Waldo and from Rumblers, and Corsac somehow almost gets away with it. But hello Senpai, look at the Oldest man. Oh. Hello Senpai was like, where was that guy?
Just so much scrapping. So much scrapping.
What a silly game. You know what?
Shrimsy. You go, Cobra. Look at him. Still didn't get it. It was mimed to clear it up as well. Caught on camera, literally in 4K, Shrimsy.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, there you go. You know what? Sonic's 9-kill win. It may not be the 9-kill win that we're used to seeing from Sonic's, but you know what? It still counts, and all those points still matter.
Hey, they needed one, right? They needed one.
Yeah, might as well be that one. Screw it, why not? Let's take a look at the match leaderboard and see where everybody's sitting after that one as Sonics get that big victory. But where was everybody else? Bing Bang Boom, 11 points off of Oldless.
Out of nothing. From nothing, they managed to get 11 points. And that's huge, actually. Like I said, we keep talking about now being back in the point format and making something of nothing. These salvage games, you absolutely love to see that for Bing Bang Boom.
Well, and not just Bing Bang Boom. You could go a little bit further down the leaderboard. They're trained to go. 9 points of a Cater.
Yeah, much needed. Yeah,
absolutely needed. I mean, they're sitting on the left side of the leaderboard. They're having a pretty decent day for themselves, but still trying to make that push. As we said, Group B, this is their last day of play, so trained to go, trying to get as many points as they can here. Built by Gamers doing the same. Trying to get as close to that top 6 as they can. If not the top 6, then at least try to secure yourself for that last chance qualifier, that 7 through 14 place. And there you go. Overall leaderboard after 5.
Yeah, looking at it now, that's that cluster of teams. I mean, look at it. 54 down to call it 42, a new Tropic in at 11th. It's pretty tight. This does really leave it open. I mean, actually, 67 points, so you could argue isn't really safe here. Looking towards the tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. Obviously, we still got one more game to play today, but this is getting pretty tight.
Yeah, I was kind of looking a little bit farther down the leaderboard, and I saw Lethal Association. You have a chicken dinner to their name, but they're also sitting right around, I think, 14th place with a lot of teams just kind of right in that same general direction. And this is the last day of play for Lethal Association, last game for Lethal Association, last chance to try to secure themselves, if nothing else, a spot in that LCQ. So definitely going to have eyes on them as we go forward. And who knows what we can expect from Game 6, Hypog. After that Game 5, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't really want to know, to be honest. If we get another funky circle here, it's just going to be madness, Poro. Madness. I mean, think about it. Who's this last game for now? Obviously, SDK. Thinking of the other big hitters on the left side here. Who's going to make I guess, an impression on the last? I'm not sure if we can actually bring the overall leaderboard back up just to see exactly where teams are situated. But this is kind of a do or die for a few of these, right? So we're looking at the Group B teams. I mean, 4Funners, Train to Go, we already mentioned. Dodge right on the edge here. And like I said, built by gamers. It's not comfortable, right? It's certainly not, breathe a sigh of relief.
No, for sure. Tenuous at best, especially when you got, Bing Bang Boom, United, Yahoo, 300 Nootropic, all teams that are more than capable of catching up to that 67-point mark in one day or one more day of play. So it's going to be sweaty, man. Definitely got eyes to see if they try to make some. Built by gamers, it's been kind of a rough day for them so far. 14 points, I believe, in total. Throughout that one, so hopefully we'll see them kind of rally a little bit here. Sonics hadn't had the best day either up until that win, so
that's a lifeline for Sonics.
Yeah, for sure. But there we go. We're setting up for the final game of the day. What will it deliver? Game 5 delivered so much. How are we gonna ever top?
Can't top
insanity?
That. Can't top it.
You really can't, can you? Can we get? I know it'll do it. I know it'll do it for me. Let's get that Los Leones City finish.
Oh, yeah, down to the scaffolding.
Smokes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's the ones we love to see.
We love a scaffolding finish. Where's Snakers when you need them? Where's Snakers when you need them?
No. Well, Snakers and the rest of you United boys will join us again tomorrow, chat. So make sure you come back and stick around for that one to see who will clutch out those top 6. But again, can't stress it enough. Final game here of the day of these group stages for all our Group B teams, and I think the only one really that's got to be feeling confident, comfortable is Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, definitely. It's they do have an opportunity here to I guess, call it flexing, but again, if you want to be a point sponge, it makes it very awkward for lots of these teams, and particularly, with Sonic sat outside of contention right now, you still want to come out and ultimately maximize your points on this day, right? It makes it harder and harder for tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe. Look, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that we see one of these teams struggle to get to that group. Obviously, going back to ESL, even we saw STK. It took all the way to the final game of the regional playoffs for STK to secure their spot and not have to go into that. Or actually, no, they went to the last chance qualifier. It was it was really, really close to seeing no STK in the grand final. Obviously, Sonic still have plenty of games left to play. No concerns, no worries just yet. But you would like to see them maybe string together another good game here after that 9-kill victory in Game 5, just to take a little bit more of that pressure off.
Yeah, for sure. It always comes down to that. You want to do the hard work early on. You never want to be chasing, especially with the cutoff being so tight. That's probably not a circle many teams want to see here in the last game of the day, especially if you're desperate for points. Another one, you don't want to leave it too late to make moves to this. Because there's basically 3 main roads that come into this from the north. Other than that, it's wrapping on the south coast, and we know how ratty that can be.
That's going to be tough. Well, talking about STK, we had a chance to sit down with Machine Gunner, their coach, and he talked a little bit with us about their performance yesterday and how none of the other teams know what they're doing, ?
Yesterday, really, we just didn't take into account that people were moving slower than us. And, we fell into a lot of traps where we were out getting aggressive info, or we were trying to, and people had LOS on us. So today the main focus and just moving forward is just remembering that with all due respect to the other teams, that a lot of the teams have absolutely zero clue what they're doing. So we can't really fall into the trap. We got to play our game, and just watch out for the teams that don't know what they're doing, because they'll be looking for you. They'll still be behind you, although we're in blue at 10 minutes, and it is what it is. But it's something obviously we recognized and we acknowledged, and we're working on it.
There you go. Straight from the horse's mouth.
Eloquent once again. There's a saying that the gunner used to use, and it used to be lost in the sauce.
What's that? Oh yeah.
It's his go-to. Again, honestly, I feel like God, the SDK fans in chat will love this, but sometimes I do feel really sorry for SDK. I feel like they're one of those teams that find themselves in those spots so often where it's just like, what are they doing here? And then there's another two teams next to them as well.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because let's take for example Miramar, right? Like they loot up in Hacienda. It's not often that we see circles kind of favor Hasi, so they end up having to make these rotations. But they're already, I mean, they've got people behind them and in front of them, and having to figure out exactly where all these teams are going to be when it's teams that aren't used to playing in these lobbies. You're not necessarily, they're not going to be where you expect them to, and Gunnar being a little bit more eloquent than I as far as to whether or not they know what they're doing. They're just playing the game that they know, right? And they don't know the tier 1 lobby unwritten rules, I guess, as it were. So it causes a little bit of chaos that we see.
It does. The Nootropic already making early moves. Before the 5-minute mark, will find themselves a ton of space to work with as well. We'll see what they end up settling for. Elsewhere, a few other teams in the mix. This is what I was talking about. There's 3 main routes and 3 massive chunks of terrain to overcome as well. You don't want to be doing what ADR are doing right now, driving up the hillside any later on than kind of circle 2, because these sightlines are so open. It's brutal to try and make these vehicle rotations.
It sure is. They're getting away with it a little bit right now. Unfortunately, just kind of avoiding the line of sight of Bing Bang Boom, as Oldest and Keenan have already posted up in their 2-2 split. Bing Bang Boom, quick with it, man, ready to go. As Adrenaline actually going to fight Savage, trying to come up here and do a little scouting for Tilt Town. He's going to go down without much of a fight here. The rest of the gang off in the distance. We'll have to settle up for playing this one with 3.
Yeah, just taking a look at the map, actually, it's surprising not to see more teams on their way already. I don't know if this is maybe just reactive to what's going on around them in the early game. Dodge trying to surround Sociopath. Enlan here to maybe respond. Oh, him and High Command literally trade damage, man. That was so close. 1 HP on High Command.
Both of them. I feel like both of them were at 1 HP for that repeak, and High Command barely wins it. Holy moly. Okay. Couch blessings there, Eicherman, because if you would have been gone, if he would have gone down, that would have been flushed out for Dodge. But instead, they get 2 kills, feeling pretty good about themselves. Although they are still on that very, very northern part of the circle, still have to make their way in here as we check in with BSO. This is, well, that's Oasis, chat. That's how far north this fight's going on.
Yes, yes.
Is BBG just hunting? Is this the plan?
Maybe. I mean, if it works for him. KKG's set up, though, at the roadside. Honey Badger doesn't take a single point of damage. Somehow.
I'm actually more impressed that Honey Badger didn't try to peek that with the SLR in hand. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to try to pull out and try to do the drive-by with the SLR. But Honey Badger showing some restraint in his older years here with Built by Gamers. So
I mean, whether or not BSO really want to even engage in this Call it nonsense, because it is.
Yeah.
And when BBG decide to pull out, like, this might be the time to do it. Just more weirdness. This is game 5 continuing. It's bled across into game 6.
just add it to their tab. You know what? Now I'm curious to see if Build by Gamers actually stick this one out and try to finish off whatever's left of BSO. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and push off and make their way to the next circle. They've got their 1 kill. They're happy. BSO meanwhile left to pick up the pieces off of that one, as it looks like everybody for them. Oh no, STK again, man.
Nah.
We were just talking about it.
Nah. Surely not, right?
I mean, TTG did stop down. We're looking at, we took a few shots over there, but it looks like STK is just gonna pull off. They're just like, you know what, screw this, we're done. Can we just get to the circle, please? Can we just not have this happen to us this time around? Thanks.
Well, I mean, also at the same time, you if you're rapping like this and you're so late, you don't really want anybody within an uncomfortable distance behind you. So whether or not they're gonna pull up somewhere and at least send out a few warning shots, they don't want to leave TTG to their own devices, really.
Yeah, we've got the eye in the sky here, as you can check out that map feed over on PUBG Esports map. And you can see TTG is just kind of making their way into Los Leones, so not really backfilling STK at all. STK has made their way down to the coast, so they should be okay. Lampalot, Nootropic, they have this western ridge that they've got a big wide split on, kind of similar to what we were seeing gas cans do yesterday before the circle unceremoniously hard shifted down to Los Egos Island. But a lot of terrain being taken up by these guys. We'll see if the circle shift favors them at all here. Veritas also pulling up, finding themselves a nice little compound. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh. Where are you going, Show?
Compound wasn't good enough.
Go. I guess not.
You must know something we don't.
Yeah, so I'm kind of... They lose another Bronco for their troubles, too, as it just rolls on out. Yeah, okay, so Veritas will lose one there, but they do have the circle, and now for Funners, you can see just kind of right on that edge there. The south
An awkward bounce, actually, for the circle, considering, like, when we were talking about how early you need to move to the circle, the emphasis being towards the west and the south. So for this one to bounce back, I mean, the potential really in a couple of these valleys, eesh. Yeah, I mean, it's not pretty already. If you look at the central valley through this circle, that's a no-go for anybody else trying to make their way through. Lots of space around Chubacera and to the north, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping an eye on ADR here. Innate and Reno, they were in that big wide 2-2 split. And now Innate and Reno have to take the vehicles up the hill. Looks like they should be okay for now. Nootropic, meanwhile, have repositioned a little bit here. They've got Sonics right over the top of them, though, as Mime not taking the shots just yet. Maybe waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. You can see his helmet's already busted up here. No grenades in hand either, as Sonics maybe running into a little bit of a kerfuffle earlier on, but nobody lost just yet. Look at this.
That's
split.
Yeah. Whether or not Finna, I mean, it's just a solo that's pulled up. The damage is... No way, Lamp. He actually hits him with the drop shot. I feel like Finna had him dead to rights there.
Oh, I feel like Finna thought that too. And Lamp just pulls out the dirtiest drop shot of 2022. Wide out in the middle of the open of the warehouse and gets away with it. Oh, man. You hate to see that one. Well, Dodge down to 3 now. Hikerman had that high ground. Looking to see if where he's deciding to go here. I mean, getting back to his team is going to be tough, though. You got Nootropic. You got now BBG has arrived on the north side. This is going to be a little bit of a tough move here for Hikerman. As you saw Leda get spotted out by those Sonics Keeping an eye on them on the high ground. Meanwhile, STK have made their arrival. It looks like they were hugging the south coast, and then off this circle pop decided to cut hard to the north, and now they're pulling in just off to the east of Chumacera.
Kurt trying to line one up onto Extreme. The one, but difficult at that range with the 4x. This will show presence here. STK have found themselves in, I mean, all that space we were talking about.
Yeah.
Towards Chumacera. It depends how keen they are to scout forwards. There's lots to work with here.
Yeah, a lot of room. I mean, they've got TTG that's just off to their north. And TTG actually just managed to take out one from BSO. So Black Sheep office now down to 2. And TTG 3 deep in the Murano. Always love to see that. Circle hard shifting north again.
That's rough. Again, now you look at Rumblers, ADR, obviously Dragon down to the south. Then over on the west, you got TT, Lethal Association. Ladriera looking like a god spot right now, and Nootropic actually holding on to it, trying to maintain this split.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nootropic to see if they're trying to collapse a lot at all. It looks like Lampalot and Hello Senpai are just content to take these shots over towards Bing Bang Boom as they try to center up on that church. Eislow also been spotted out for TT. Won't get the knock, but they'll at least put some pressure on as we check in with 300. They had to make a push. They hear the engines of Veritas just off to their south, but that's a fight that neither one of these teams really want to take a whole lot of time with. So looks like they'll just hop in the vehicles and get back on the move.
I'm looking here if anybody's actually about to cross paths. I mean, Dragon have to go somewhere. I'm not sure what they decide on. I mean, there's a compound just up to the northwest of them, but they have to. They're already heading east. Yeah, this is this could be wraps for Dragon. I mean, do they send it towards Chumacera here? If they run the gauntlet between ADR and Rumblers, that's not pretty either. Up on board with Lethal Association here, just making a mad dash north, but a chunk of damage.
Oh, Hooligan with that ump. We saw him find success with it. There you go, Dragon starting to go down in that kill feed. BSO, meanwhile, has been taken down. Rumblers gonna strike here as they find 2 off of Dragon. Shirky gets knocked very, very low. Valier will try to go and finish the deed, and he will do so. Dragon, as he said, it was looking like it might be lights out, and Rumblers make sure that it is.
Like I said, Dragon just a set of bad options in front of them, to be honest. They will fall, understandably so. There's not an awful lot for them to do there. STK get themselves to the north side of Chumacera. 300, though, breathing down their necks. Actually, if they crest, Luke could be a goner pretty much instantly here. Did he spot him? No way he spotted him.
How did he see that?
I think he was just silhouetting on the edge, but Vox now scared to even commit to the peak now that he spotted his second.
I'm telling you, man, the eyes on these guys are
sending the troops forward.
They're going to send it down. Vox going to try to lead off with the Alm. Not going to find any joy. Vox has been knocked about half HP, so he's not going to be able to contribute too much here as Extreme will send it through. The smoke wall laid down, though, is going to put his push on hold as now you can see Veritas gets dispatched by Rumblers. Now Extreme trying to push into this smoke. Penta will go down to a nice grenade from Neff. But Luke trying to push around on the edge of the smoke. Luke versus Extreme, trading back and forth. Extreme will win the fight there. Now Purdy Curdy and Alo off in the distance. The last 2 remaining here for STK.
Whether they can really re-aggress onto this is TTG coming over the top side. You can see Fee Heat are going to get curious. Couple of nades going out, but actually Vox does get tagged up here. I'm not sure if that was off the nade or any gunshots coming through. Alo just looking to slow things down here.
Sure is, holding that anchor position. Smoke wall is slowly starting to bleed out. Purdy Curdy, it's a little bit farther back. Will go down to Nepahor, so now it's all down to Alo as 300 is collapsing. Alo will take Richie down pretty low. We'll spot out Nepahor. It won't matter. Vox. Actually, Extreme is going to be the one that gets him. And STK, just like that, taken care of. That was a hell of a fight from 300. That was not looking like it was in their favor at all.
I said there's a moment there where Also, they're spotted in the high ground. 300 just have free angles onto them. And they actually opt to pull up. I love the synergy there. Waiting to get some confirmed damage from Vox, but it didn't even matter. Roth, that's not the weapon you want to see at the top of a staircase.
It is not. Oh, dang, yo. Yep. Yep. That is,
Yep.
that is him out. All right, well, the rest of his team is still in that compound as well, so Roth not out of the woods just yet. 4 Funners, meanwhile, pulling in just off to the west. They'll hear all these gunshots, but there's a lot of gunshots going on. ADR also just off to the south with the high ground. Rumblers start to creep down as well. So the south side of this circle, just south of La Draya, getting a little bit, a little angsty.
PG trying to mount an attack here onto Dodge as well. So it's going to be difficult for Dodge to really prevent them here. But BBG already got the advantage being able to wrap this building. And the utility going to get sent out. 3 players of Dodge to deal with, though. It's just, there's limited rooms to hide in here. I mean, by the process of elimination, there you go. Vegas will find Cherry. First knock to come through.
Oh, there you go, Gats. Quick with it. We talked about Gats yesterday with the interview with Vegas, talking about the young gunner and how excited they are to have him there, and also have Colton, a new addition, BBG, and they've been finding some success so far. Although this is their last day of play, they would love to be able to put up some big points here in the final game and really kind of secure themselves a spot in that top 6. They've still got Hikerman now to deal with, and it looks like they've drawn the attention of Nootropic and Sonics.
Actually, Nade God gets picked off there. Sonics again will get the benefit of the shift. Mime a little bit disconnected, but he's just on crowd control towards TTG right now. Making sure that no threat can creep up onto the high ground. Actually, the south side is going to be a mess. This circle will literally clear up the south side.
Yeah, this is going to be gross. Especially if you're ADR, if you're Rumblers. Bing Bang Boom has that church. They have that hard cover at least for right now. But it is tenuous at best. Here's an 8 going to try to push down through Rumblers. Waldo will be the one to find him.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're ghost riding it around the side. Oh, Los will find it. Okay, Greta the Goat now the last player up for ADR. Damage done onto Rumblers. Forsack and Waldo both have to get rezzed up here, as it looks like it's going to be Valiant's job. Yeah, Valiant's job just to keep Greta at bay, as she's just going to have to hold on to that high ground and see if she can do some damage here.
Oh, no, getting tagged up as well. You saw the damage come through. So we flick back to BBG. Still trying to deal with this last solo of Dodge. High Command clinging to life right now in the 1 story. Actually, yeah, tries to swing around on a peak there. Gets a little bit of damage onto Vegas, but gonna slow down the peaks for the time being.
Ooh, boy, Heikeman being a tough out right now. He's giving the Vegas the song and dance, as Greta the Goat going to try to push around, see if she can stay alive a little bit longer, but she will go down to Nefahor. 1 HP though on Neff, as he's got to be a little bit careful about where he peaks from. That's going to allow Rumblers to reset. They get all 4 back up. 300 has to be keeping an eye down on this direction towards the south.
Kills
they also going to look
Rumblers.
over. Yeah, Rumblers finding a little bit of success here in the late game, or late day rather.
Late, yes, very late in the day.
Not late game, not yet. But we're getting there rapidly as the kill feed is popping the heck on off. 29 alive now, 9 teams left up as Rumblers turn their attention over towards 300. 300, a nice little split going on here, and I think Rumblers trying to decide, do we really want to do this, or do we want to maybe push off to the west and see if we can maybe take our chances with Bing Bang Boom.
I don't think anybody wants to roll the dice with Bing Bang Boom today.
No, I wouldn't.
But it will be BBB, Rumblers, and 300 to occupy the south side of this. Lost HD actually gets a couple of tags. Not sure who was on the other side of that. One of the players for 300. Roth already making moves north here to try and occupy that high ground.
It's good on.
Again,
good on Roth, yeah.
if this cut, I was going to say, if this cuts just towards that hill that we saw Roth head to, it's disastrous. There is a little bit of space, but all of this area just north of Rumblers is unplayable. They have to make it towards the terrain.
I think Bing Bang Boom reading that too. You can see them start to push out there to see if they can maybe clean up whatever's left off of 300 and Rumblers. One knocked already for Rum. It's going to be Valley 10 kills though in the bag for Rumblers, as Waldo will try to reset. Doesn't want to peek up over that ridge line again. 300 all eyes looking that direction, but Bing Bang Boom now pushing up from the south. I think Corsac giving the call. They are about to be on a two-front war here. As Valley has been rezzed back up to full strength. Grenades starting to come out. Corsac find the opening knock on a sharp shot. Down low is Roth, down to about 50 HP. This is actually opening up a door here for 300 to maybe come in, but Sonic's going to take the knock on a Vox, so might hold them at bay for the time being as flashbangs starting to come out here as Rumblers holding off the push.
Just a matter of time. Oldless kind of needs to get involved this year. You can see him just drop out on the X-ray there, back of the church. Sonic's now coming hunting, going off their throne on the high ground, the old Rumblers compound, ironically enough. Trying to make their way south here, but 300 seem to be aware of the possibility that the push is imminent. How much Sonics will just settle for the space? Well, I don't think that is likely, seeing this utility investment there. Tig will find Vox with the nade.
Beautiful nade from Tig, as he's now going to spot out Corsac from range. Shrimsy and H-Wing going to lead the charge here to try to take out whatever's left. 300. There you go. Richie's going to get spotted out by Corsac, so it's down to just one for 300. It's going to be extreme dodging, bobbing, weaving. Will not be able to do so. Valley will find him with a well-placed grenade. That's going to be it for 300. And now Rumblers have to turn their attention over towards Sonics. Waldo has been knocked again. You can see he's bleeding out pretty quickly here. Valley immediately going for that res. Corsac has to stop down a little bit as Sonic's splitting their attention. They've left Mime to keep an eye off to the north, and look at the success Mime is having, landing shots from way downtown with that Mini 14.
Nootropic and BBG in a really, really tough position now. Mime?
Ooh.
Okay, well, just wanted to commit to blowing up the gas can there.
It's like that gas
Just
can
wanted
there
to
for
check.
a reason, right?
Just wanted to check.
Oh, Vegas.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, Vegas. Staying alive. Creepy crawling through the smoke as Senix and Leda just kind of waiting to see. There it is. Okay. Leda will spot him out. So that is going to do it for BBG. They pick up a nice little stack of kills for themselves there. 7 kills overall. They're going to get 76 points total for themselves on the day, as now BBB didn't want to take the fight with Rumblers. They got pushed away, so they're going to push their attention over towards For Fun, and they're finding a lot more success here. You actually now the last player up, and he is just going to have to dip on out off to the north, try to survive a little bit longer.
Only the second kill BBB have managed to find, so how much they want to commit to cleaning this up. Again, it's going to be tough for them to really contest Sonics now in this spread.
Oh,
yeah, it was sharp shot. Thank God for that. It was that sharp shot that found the killing blow.
I thought it was Keenan. That was like that nasty spray there with the 2A. Okay. Shrimsy has to pull back down as Rumblers have now turned the attention towards Sonics. They're going to find an opening knock on to win, but immediately Tickleton and Mime turn their attention back, get the trade onto Los and Corsac. Already damaged, bruised, beaten, broken Rumblers trying to make their way in. You can see those health bars dropping fast. Waldo going to go for the res onto Corsac while Valley just tries to hold the line. H-Win, believe, getting rezzed here by Shrimsy, actually pushing off of that as Tim will spot out Leda from range, gets the knock, but Valley sneak attack from the backside. Now Shrimsy is left to deal with Waldo and Valley. Mime keeping an eye on the north side. Shrimsy here by himself, really, in the 1v2 against Waldo and Val.
Be interested to see if Valley and Waldo try and slow things down a little bit here. I'm not sure if they're assuming that H-Win's been rest again. Shrimsy gets the better of Valley though. Waldo now has to try and recover this situation, get something else. Oh no, it's just too late for the res. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, Yeah, I mean, you can see, I think Waldo was thinking about making that push, but then he saw Keenan on the high ground for Bing Bang Boom and elected to go for the res instead. Does manage to stick it. So Valier back up, has grenade in hand. H-Win also back up, and Waldo will find Shrimzy. Gonna go for the flush as well. He will get it as H-Win working around in the smokes. Looks like Sharpshot actually was one gonna find the angle onto Waldo. Win tries to make the push, but gets knocked low before he is able to peek over the top. Mime, meanwhile, holding the line himself. Last player up for Sonics.
No
He's gonna go down,
way.
and Bing Bang Boom get another win on the day.
What a close for BBB. They came out of the church with no kills. They only had 2 kills at the point at which they're wiping 4 funners. Wow. And Rumblers as well, putting 14 up. What a game that was to close the day out. Just insane.
Just a nutty finish. I mean, what a day for Bing Bang Boom. I mean, it started off a little bit slow for the first 2 games, but once they get that 20 kill win in the final game on Erangel, it seemed like all bets were off, man. They took the blinders and they were just running. The snowball was rolling. But again, another good performance from Sonics there as well. You got to give credit to them for making it up to the late game. It was just being pulled in so many directions there at the end. It was just too much. And then again, Rumblers, 14 kills. Big performance for them. Let's take a look at the highlights from this last one to wrap up the day. Oof. Right off the bat. I mean,
let's start with this, yeah. Real highlight of the day.
So I'm just laughing. I saw as soon as he ran him over, he just had the head just peeking up over the top of the hood there. It's just, why? Okay, well, done. And there you go. This is where things got started for Rumblers here, as Dragon was left with the unfortunate decision of having to make that push in. They managed to get 2 off of it. And there we go. Roth starting the train rolling for Bing Bang Boom here with that kill on Dangyo.
Yeah, I'm still just amazed that Rumblers were in such terrible positions. Like the fact that they're able to survive through this and then come through and put up so many kills. It's just, that's one of the things. I mean, we were talking about at the top of the show tonight, right? This is one of those games that we saw a couple of them in ESL, but the consistency was really lacking. But to see them close out here day 1 for them on a massive game. It's a real positive. The thing is I think Rumblers is a team that was kind of shaken a little bit in terms of some rocky performances last year. That if they can get a hot start to this year, it's a real positive for them.
Yeah, I would love to see that game transition into a really big day 2 for Rumblers, because we know what they're capable of when that thing is firing on all cylinders, man. It is terrifying, and they're such a tough out too, man. It's really hard to take that team out without taking any casualties. Well, let's take a look at the standings from that last game. And there you go. It's going to be Bing Bang Boom with another 20 points to their total. What a day.
I mean, 20 points for Bing Bang Boom, 19 for the Rumblers and Sonics respectively. That is crazy.
A heck of the response from the Sonics as well. I mean, they started off a little bit slow, but these last 2 games, man, they have really turned it on and kind of added to their point total. We were saying coming into the final game, just kind of put yourself into a position where you don't have to be as stressed tomorrow.
Yeah, much needed. I mean, Twitch chat can rejoice. Now Sonics are once again the best team in the world. They find themselves in 6th place, 58 points overall. Look at it. They just knocked Dodge out. And again, it's not comfortable, though. That's the thing. They close out, yes, in top 6. I mean, they can almost guarantee, obviously, they're way further forwards. But, yeah, there's a lot to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to feel for Dodge and Four Funners there. I mean, they put
feel for Built by Gamers. Sorry, Poro, as well. Built by Gamers leaving at 76. That's also not safe.
It's really not. I mean, you got Yoho that's playing tomorrow, 300 Nootropic. You got a number of teams that try to make that push in and take that spot away. Now, it's 6 games, right? Anything can happen, really. And Built by Gamers, we could be saying at the end, they just wipe the spread off their brow and just be happy the fact that they made the top 6. But right off the bat, I mean, just the fact that Dodge and Four Funners, I mean, Four Funners, an open qualifier team, playing so well. Just barely out of that top 6 after their their 12 games of play rather.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good day for Shoot to Kill to close out. Obviously, they can walk away from this now relatively stress-free tomorrow. I mean, it would be nothing short of a miracle to not see them make it through. But obviously, they close out today in first place. And I mean, really, as well, with that performance, it kind of just sheds another light on just how crazy a day Gas Cans had yesterday.
Yeah, I guess if you're an STK fan at this point, the only thing you're rooting for is somebody to maybe overtake you in first place, so you don't have that group stage curse that they so
Gas Cans are dropping donuts tomorrow. They're dropping donuts all day tomorrow.
Well, we had 6 fantastic, wild, weird, wonderful games today, and here's a brief reminder of everything that we saw here as we take a look at all the games here. We started off with match 1, and I mean, it was a little bit of a slow burn, but at the end it was a little bit crazy.
We started off with a throwback. I completely realized that felt like a week ago, actually, with how long some of these games are stretched on today. But yeah, game 2, the story of Veritas and the chopsticks affairs. Nerf putting up these final 3 kills as well, just to make it worthwhile. Make me eat my words.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where it was you know, Sonics was kind of positioned for could have maybe gotten the win, but For Funners holding strong here, and in the end it was the 6x UMP that secured a win for Lethal Association. And in game 3 we saw it was your favorite, the Quarry game.
Yeah, but actually, ironically, it actually was, because this is the one where BBB absolutely farmed. And we commented there at the point where it came down to there was only one left standing. So for them to come through, convert this into a 20-kill win, highlight of the night for me.
Absolutely, definitely. If you want to tell a friend to check out one game from today, let it be Bing Bang Boom's 20-kill win in game number 3. As we moved over to Miramar, things got a little bit more weird as Nootropic managed to sneak one out south of El Pozo.
Yeah, actually, we're going to see the Waldo pump highlight once again. Thank God.
This is so clean, too. Look at this. Okay, it's a close the door, open the door, swap over, flap, done. So clean.
We stand Waldo.
We do. We stand Waldo. We stand Oldless too. I mean, Oldless managing to snake this out all the way to the end, get a second place, and another double-digit point performance for Bing Bang Boom as a result. And then to close things out, here it was, the Rumblers popping the heck off, starting off with some kills on to Dragon, but in the end, just a little bit too much for Sonics as Bing Bang Boom brings home their second win of the day.
Yeah, crazy to even think back here, the amount of control the Sonics have. I don't even think it's them biting off more than they can chew. I think in that scenario, it's kind of just a sequence of bad events for them, right? Rumblers put up more than I guess the fight they were expecting and did enough damage. Then the third party comes through from Bing Bang Boom. So pretty unfortunate for Sonics in that scenario.
This nutty day of games, and I'm happy that you were here once again to share them with me, my dude. But we are going to say goodbye now to Hypoc, and we are going to take a quick break. But when we come back, we're going to have an interview with Keenan from Bing Bang Boom to tell us all about what it's like to get a 30-point game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody, we are back once again, and I have with me Keenan from Bing Bang Boom. A banging day for your squad. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really good day.
So I gotta ask, man, what's the anatomy of a 30-point win, 20 kills? How did that thing play out? Were you kind of seeing it happen in real time, or did you just realize it after the fact?
Honestly, I don't think we even were tracking our kills at all. We made a really good rotate on circle 2. Sonics and a couple of teams were holding us out, so we actually dove into Corey early. We were probably the first team there. And then we were just kind of third partying. We got in a lot of fights. Sharp clutched up and won a big fight against Sonics, and then he kind of montage dodge. Really, we weren't tracking our kills at all. At the end of the game, we were like, how many do you have? And Knowles is 7. I'm 5. Sharp's 6. We're like, wait, we got 20 kills. All right. So cool.
That's kind of a banger. It kind of snowballs from that too, doesn't it? I mean, you then switched over to Miramar, and we saw you guys again getting into the late game. Oldless snaking it all the way out for a second place finish. Were you guys even talking to him at that point, or were you just kind of like, you know what, do your thing, man?
Oldless is really, really confident player, so he was pretty sure of himself, but we were kind of just walking him through what was happening in his compound. I think at one point, there was 4 teams in there. I think it was Dodge, or BBG, Rum, and Newt in there. He was kind of just ratting and letting them fight, and then he ended up getting second place out of it. But yeah, he's a really confident player, especially in solo scenarios, so we kind of let him do his thing.
This is wild stuff. Well, obviously a great game today, or a great day today. You got one more day to play to secure that top 6 spot. How do you, what do you guys talk about to kind of set yourself up to succeed, going from one really big day going into the next?
Obviously the main objective is to qualify top 6, but at the same time, you kind of want to just win and get that confidence boost going in the finals, because that's what everybody's playing for. It's the PGC points and everything. I think mostly just try not to get too overzealous with our momentum. Just keep playing our game, doing what we're doing, stick to the fundamentals, and then the points will come along with that. And then who knows, tomorrow if we're secure and some other good teams aren't really secure, we might have to make some strategies to play around that a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. We'll keep an eye out for that. Well, it was a heck of a lot of fun watching you guys play today. I hope you guys had as much fun playing as we did watching you. But congratulations once again on a big point day, and we look forward to watching you tomorrow.
For sure. Can I say a shout out real quick?
Absolutely. Hit me.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. First of all, shout out to Wooly, our coach. He's been putting in a ton of work since we got back from PGC. And I think our team's become a lot better, way more consistent. We've been learning a lot. Obviously, all my teammates, they're nuts. And then all the fans, anyone who watches PUBG Esports, the casters, all the other players who are playing against, playing esports is a dream come true, and everybody makes that possible. So thank you very much.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my man. Well, thank you so much for sitting down and talking to us here tonight, and we'll let you go and get a little rest in and get ready for tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you, Pora. Appreciate it.
No problem. Well, thank you guys for all joining us here today for these 6 games. Now, remember, we will be back again tomorrow at the same time for the final day of play. It's going to be a barn burner. As you can see, the top 6 is anything but secure, and 7 through 14 is just as tenuous. As we can take a look at what our schedule is going to look like again tomorrow, it's going to be EAM once again, and I know you guys are excited about that one, as it's been delivering on all fronts. Multiple crazy circles, crazy planes, crazy fights, fantastic individual performances. Well, that is going to do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll hopefully see you again here tomorrow. Have a great night. 300 is just kind of working their way from this south side through just about everybody, and Richie will be the one to do the damage. 8 kills now for 300. The push from Dragon still coming, and now this might be the best news for Sonic. What did Veritas just do to Nootropic?
Oh, what a nerf. Just do
Oh my.
Nootropic. It's only him left.
It was Nerf. The winner of the Grandma's fight.
The winner of Chopsticks strikes again.
Oh my God, Nerf. But it looks like ADR is going to try to regroup around. They're going to send Greta the Goat back over here to join. Reno! What a grenade from Shrimsy right in his lap. It's not by any means going to be easy Gonna try to push
Oh, the
him.
angle.
Oh my
Oh.
god!
What?
There you go. Yeah, I mean, and
That's
no,
disgusting.
Oh, we spotted him through the window. The flashbang. Homeless.
No way.
This is a little butt clench time for Sonics. Is BBG just hunting?
Not the weapon you want to see at the top of a staircase.
It is not. Oh, dang you. Yep. Waldo Wynn tries to make the push, but gets knocked low before he is able to peek over the top. Mime, meanwhile, holding the line himself. Last player up for Sonics.
No
He's gonna go down.
way.
And bingo!